Hello. 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 Hi. Oh, hello. How you doing? Hello. Hello. Long time no Corru. When's the last time I played this game? I did check. I was gonna like review the live stream so that like I had like a nice refresher of like what was going on in the game before then, or before now. I didn't do that. I have a very, what's the words I'm looking for here? I have a very, not a very vague recollection. I feel like I have a decent recollection of what was happening before. We can check in with our buddy Moth before I get into the game. Anyway, hello. Hello! How are all of you? Hello! I am a carrot told you, but you can also call me More, and what am I doing today? I'm gonna play Corru today. So, whether you're watching right now, you're time traveling from the future, coming back to the VOD, welcome in, I hope you have a good time today. Yes. And I should feed. Additional lizards, welcome in, everybody, welcome in. Gelly saved onto the collapse, yeah. Last time we did the entire saving Gelly sequence. Before that, I did the entire Golem base sequence. And then the chapter I'm starting right now going into the embassy is called Collapse. So I assume we're finally gonna see everybody die. Not counting that one guy's wife, she already died. But everybody else, I am doubtful that they are all dead. I think at least one of them has survived. I don't know, disguising themselves as a human, they can do that. We have learned they can have like pretty decent, pretty, what is the word I'm looking for? Pretty, passable, pretty convincing. That's the word I'm looking for. Pretty convincing human disguises. I'm thinking back to like, I'm thinking back to Akazet's like little like prank on like Isabel. Not Isabella. Isabel? I'm pretty sure Isabel. The florist lady. I'm thinking back to her prank there with the melty face and all that. Yeah. We'll see. We'll give ourselves a nice little refresher and then we'll get back into it. Did I check back in with Gelly in the hollow thought form hideout? I think I did. And then she told me that there wasn't anything I had to do for her right now. I seem to remember. I should have reviewed the past live streams. It'll all come rushing. I'll start playing the game and it'll all come rushing back to me. I think like after we finally finish like this section that we're working through right here too, I can actually just go back in there and like check in with everybody too and see if there's anything new in there. Yeah. I'll definitely go like poke around here and there, see if there's anything new to pick up on. But yeah. Long time no CORRU. Long time no see in general. I have not seen you guys since last week. Which I guess is about the same amount of time as usual. I don't know, it feels like it's been a long time. You know why it feels like it's been forever? Because I'm not at school anymore and I'm not doing the same things any day. I was a busybody this week. I'm always a busybody, but I was a different kind of busybody this week. I was actually going places and like doing things, and like going to school is going places and doing things, but like actually like, going different places and doing like a variety of things this week. I did a lot of driving this week. I did a lot of driving, I did a lot of going out. You know what happened this week? You know how I got like that tension headache, that really bad headache, like around like the time that my school ended? I am finally riding out like the last of that. I think it's like actually gone now. My neck is much better now and the headache is all gone too. It's really good. And in exchange, I've exchanged it for a different type of pain. You want to know what happened? I went like hiking earlier in the week. I didn't mean to go hiking earlier in the week, it just sort of happened. That sounds a little bit weird, but let me explain. I like went and I like hung out with my friend, and it's just like we went out and we got lunch, and like we went to like this Chinese restaurant and we ended up ordering like a little bit too much food, so we were like a little bit stuffed afterwards. And so we were thinking like, it would be good to walk this off somewhere. It would be good to like walk this off a little bit before we go and do something else. And so like we went to like a local trail and we were just gonna go like, okay, like an hour, 2 hours, then we go do something else. And so like we got to the trail and it was like about 1 in the afternoon-ish, and by the time we finally got back to the car, we got lost on the trail. We got a little bit lost on the trail, and by the time we got back, it was like almost 6 in the evening. So yes, I got quite a bit of exercise this week too. It wasn't bad though, it was a really nice trail. It was like right next to like a little stream too, and like the trail like crossed over the stream multiple times. There's like a lot of like little bridges and stuff, that wooden bridges and stuff that are nice to walk over. There's like one point in the trail, somebody stuck like a rubber duck up in a tree. I guess it's like a trail marker or something, but you don't understand, that duck was like 8-9 feet up in the air off the ground up in that tree. Kind of looking at it like, how'd he get up there? Wow. Look at that guy. Wow. Wow. Yeah. It was a really nice walk though. It was a really nice walk. There's like lots of like those little like places like out in the forest where it's just like you just kind of like stop and you, like look up at like the top of the trees and like look at the way like the sunlight comes down in, and just like look at all the little like dust flecks and all the little like cotton spores that are around the air this time of year. Just watch them all like float all up into the sky like little fairies and stuff, and it was like very nice and very pleasant. We got like, when we were like halfway through our hike before we decided we're not getting anywhere, we should just like open up map, try to like turn back and retrace our steps. Like around that point it's just like we were just sort of like sitting around like on a log, like taking a break by like a little stream and stuff, and we ended up talking about like, you know how like apparently like J.R.R. Tolkien would like go on like walks out in the woods with like his buddies, and like his buddies would like actually get like angry at him because like he would just like stop and like do things like stare at trees for like hours on end. We were just sitting there, sitting on a log, sitting in front of the stream, just like looking at like the light and stuff, going like, yeah, you know what, I think I get it. I think we get it. We can stay here forever. I think we get it. We can't stay here forever. It's gonna get dark and then the bats are gonna come out. We're gonna get rabies. But like, if there were no bats and there were no bats to give us rabies, I think we could stay out here for hours. I think we get it. So yes, it was a very pleasant hike too. It's like one of those like kind of like historical site like hikes too, where it's just like, it used to, the area that it was in like used to have like a lot of like mines and like railroads and stuff in the area too. So it's just like there's a lot of like the remnants of that and like little like historical kind of like learn a little bit more about the area kind of like boards like all up and down the trail too, so you have to learn stuff as you like hike on the trail too. So that was also fun. Hiking is fun. Last time I went and realized I'd really like to have a Dance Dance Revolution set up at home. You come to all sorts of epiphanies while you're out on your hikes. All sorts of marks being lost, cave, street. No, you see, there were actually all sorts of like old mine entrances on that like all up and down that trail, and there are a whole bunch of signs saying like, don't go in the mines, do not stray from the trail, don't go in the mines. But it makes me wonder, like, how many spelunkers just ignore those signs and like actually go into the mines? If I went to YouTube, I could probably find somebody like hiking through those caves. There's always somebody going through the caves. Always somebody going through caves. I don't think I'll ever go spelunking though. It scares me. Maybe if I didn't know about Nutty Putty, but I know about Nutty Putty unfortunately. So I don't think I'll ever like actual like intense spelunking where you have to like get on like your knees and like elbows and like shimmy through the cave. I don't ever want to do that ever in my life. That's scary. If you're just talking about like walking into some big old cave, like some tourist attraction cave that like lots of like people walk through every day, like those big caves with like the not crawling through, but like actual like big caverns, like those like limestone kind of caves. Do you know the ones like they're not small, they're just like massive like caverns. You can walk through these caves. You're not going to get crushed alive in these caves. Those kind of caves. Not like this cave is like a little like kind of like just like a little like barely person-sized hole on the side of a trail, and they have like a little like kind of like thing signs put all up in front of the cave saying like danger, danger, do not go in this cave. If you value your life, do not go in this cave. I don't ever want to go spelunking in a cave like that. I don't think it's worth it. Undiminutive enough to fit through, huge unrealized boo. No, there's two parts here. The small helps, yes, but you also need to be, you need to have like enough like upper body strength to like pull yourself like through, like climb up like the sides of like the slopes and stuff, or like use like ropes to like climb out of things and stuff. I can't pull my body weight up. I got like memories of like always failing like the pull-up test when I was in like grade school because like I didn't have the upper body strength to pull my body weight up. I would like make an effort. I would get like myself like halfway up to the bar, and and then the teacher would just be like, okay, that's good enough. I can't pull my body weight up. Well, I couldn't in high school. I don't know about now. I'm not stronger now than I was in high school though. I'll like try to like lift like boxes full of stuff, or like I'll go to the grocery store, I'll buy like those pallets full of tea and stuff, and like my arms will be like struggling. I don't think I'm stronger now than I was in high school. I was thinking like, well maybe I'm lifting my dogs every day. Maybe I've gotten stronger. My dogs aren't very heavy though. My dogs aren't very big. It's not like I got like those big old 100+ pound dogs. My dogs are baby. My dogs are about the size and weight of a baby. 2 babies. But I never carry both of my dogs at once. It's just one baby at a time, always. Dog dumbbells? Dog dumbbells. I just sit around and I like pick up my dogs and I just like kind of like curl a dog in each hand, and that's my strength training. I do that every day until like I can like slowly but surely I'll be able to lift up my body weight, and then like before you know it I'll be ready for the spelunking. I don't want to go spelunking though. I don't want to go spelunking. It's scary. Spelunking scary. Reminds me of those signs with the Grim Reaper telling scuba divers diving deep in caves to go back. That's how it is though. That's the signs. That's what it is. There was no like Grim Reaper signs like when I went hiking like in front of like the mine entrances, but it's just like still it's just like don't go in the cave. Don't do it. Caves too though, it's difficult to tell with the I feel like it's well I don't know, I guess if it's like a popular like spelunking destination, like you can be assured that there's no cave gases, but it's, like when it's just on like things like these side of the road kind of side of the hiking trail kind of caves, you don't know about the cave gases either. Dangerous, dangerous. You get all loopy before you even realize. No. No, it's too late. Oh. But yeah. No cave diving for me. Just hiking on the trail. Hiking on the trail for a little bit longer than expected. We did eventually get off the trail though, because like we decided we're not gonna go to the other trailhead. We're just gonna go back, retrace our steps, go back to the car. And so we did that and we got off the trail. There's supposed to be like some really nice like landmarks, like natural landmarks on that trail that we were on too. And like we were kind of like thinking like, what do we try to find it? What do we try to like get here and like look at the thing? We didn't find any of them. We found like nice spaces like here and there on the trail though. Again, like we came across like a little waterfall here, a little stream right here, lots of like little like side trails that like went off of like the trail and like went down to like the little stream that ran next to the trail, which were all like really nice to like just stand by and just sort of like watch the water like flow by too. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I just realized dog names Dumbbell come up Dum Dum. That's cute. Dum Dum. Dum Dum, come here. Dum Dum. It's double meaning because you have Dum Dum because he's a little Dum Dum, but also like Dum Dum like a little lollipop boy. little sweetie. Sweetums. I have many nicknames for my dogs. Among them, for Mocha at least. Mocha gets called things like Mocha Sweetness, Mocha Miss Sweetness, Mocha Sweetie Pie. Mochi doesn't really get called Sweetie Pie. He's not. He's not a Sweetie Pie kind of dog. Mocha has like this kind of like, if you like catch her while she's like taking a nap and like you sneak up on her and you like sort of like cup her head in your hands and like give her like really gentle kind of like scritchies, she like turns around, she like gives you like these squinty eyes and it's just like, oh so beautiful angel. How are you? I love you. Mochi doesn't do, well, he kind of does that. He kind of does it a little. You can also do, it's not the same as when Mocha does it though. He's like, I don't know, it's cute and it's tender and it's gentle, but like the face he makes like isn't quite oh so beautiful angel as Mocha is. Mocha is more of an oh so beautiful angel kind of dog, I think. Yeah, Mocha is Miss Sweetness. She's Miss Sweetness. Mochi is Stinky. The booger. The brat. Sometimes he gets called the punk. Sometimes he gets called a decadent little prince. Is there a bias between how the two dogs are viewed? There might be. But yes. Many nicknames for the twos. So his strangest early memories about being taken to visit an abandoned mine or something. Ah, abandoned mine dreams. I think I've told you guys before, some of like, I don't know why, but for some reason I have a lot of dreams where like either A, it's much too bright to see anything, or B, it's much too dark to see anything. I have dreams like that a lot. I just kind of wander around. There are people around, and they're saying things, and I like interact with the people, and I'm kind of like just like stumbling around, wandering around. I can't really see anything though because it's too bright. Or it's too dark. I don't know what they mean. Yeah. Oh, I just saw. Webster's word of the day is cohort. Your word is cohort. Can I get it in a sentence? Yes. The members of my cohort and I will go to the soccer game on Thursday. Can I get a definition? Cohort. Cohort. I know what a cohort is, but I gotta like put into words now. Okay, wait. A grouping of similar quality, characteristic, or I don't know. Does that sound about right? Does it have to be? It has to be people in a cohort, right? It has to be like a group of people in a cohort. I don't think you can place things in a cohort. I think it has to be people. Because you have like age cohorts. And then you have like interest cohorts. Should I look up the definition? See what the source themselves have to say about it. See how close my definition. A group or band of people. Okay. So yeah. It has to be people in the cohort, and I think my definition was fairly good. Cohort. I've never been a spelling bee, actually. I've never done a spelling bee before. I don't know how I do in a spelling bee. I want to think that I do good in a spelling bee, but also I would have to actually be in a spelling bee to see how I would do in the spelling bee. There are like different difficulty levels of spelling bee too. I've never been in a spelling bee before. Num 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 num. But yes. What was the point of me telling you about the hike? The point of me telling you about the hiking is that I have exchanged my neck pain and my headache pain for pain in my gluteal region. Going up and down them hills on the trail. But yeah, I'm gonna take an ibuprofen. It's going away. It's alright. Good to get some exercise. Good to get the old lungs working. Good to get the old legs moving. Get the blood pumping. And I got to hang out with my bestie for a really long time too, so that was fun. Fun fact: bees aren't that good at spelling. Oh no! Come on, bee, step it up, bee. Do you need to get a tutor, bee? I can be your tutor, bee. If you need a little bit of extra help, it's okay to ask for help, bee. Don't be too stressed about it, bee. We all got subjects we're good at, subjects we're not too good at, B. Don't get yourself too down, B. It'll be alright, B. I'll make sure you graduate, B. I'll make sure you get your degree. Oh, B. I'm thinking of like bees in a spelling bee now, but I'm also thinking of like if you put like different types of like flowers on like different like I'm thinking of like ways to train the bees. If you put like different flowers, different types of pollen on like different like plaques with different letters on them, and you were to like strategically like, I don't know, strategically signal in a way to like get the bees to like spell out like different words. Strategic use of bee pheromones. But then that's you. That's not the bees actually spelling the thing. I'm trying to think of I don't know enough about bees to get this to work. There has to be a way though. Any bee experts in the chat that want to weigh in on the matter here? CORRU.OBSERVER fan, welcome in. I'm doing a little bit of yap before we get into the game here. I believe I am right before the collapse, so yes. It'll be fun today. They're good at math though. The B in algebra is for bees. I'm thinking like, I'm trying to think of bee math puns. Trigonometry. Calculus can't really turn into a... Algebra, trigonometry, calculus. I did not get a math degree. I mentioned this to you guys. I took like AP Calculus in high school, specifically so that I would not have to take any math classes when I got to university. I like passed up on a chemistry minor because I didn't want to take like the chemistry calculus course that I had to take to get the minor for my degree. So I did not minor in chemistry. Bees have been used to smell explosive. Better than the... I did not know that. Oh. Guards! Send the... He has a bomb! Send the bees on him! Or I guess it's automatic. If the bees can like smell out the bombs, you don't even have to know. You just see the bees swarming around the sky. It's just like, oh, it's you. Oh. There has to be a way to train the bees to like spell out words with like little plaques with letters on them. There has to be a way. Be a way. I guess like, I don't know, could you use a similar method to like training the bees to like sniff out things? I guess like if you were to give like the bees like a specific stimulus and they were like, maybe not like train them to spell out things, or like maybe more like training them to like give like specific responses if they like might see something. Actually, let me look up. Bees. Detecting. Bees detect lung cancer. Well, now I'm curious about this. Wait. Honeybees can smell lung cancer. Oh. A lot of animals. Don't they use dogs for that too? I think I've seen stuff about like dogs doing this too. I guess a lot of animals can like sniff out like... disease states. Okay, wait. Lung Cancer Center. Tell me more about the bunny bee. The honey bunny bee sniffing out lung cancer. It says a team of researchers at Michigan State University recently studied if honeybees' olfactory neuronal circuitry could detect lung cancer. Ah. Ooh. They are sniffing biomarkers. Okay. Oh. Okay, wait. Let me look up at the bomb bees again. Bee. Bee bomb detector. You like give them Pavlovian conditioning like how you would do with a dog. I see. You associate the scent of the bomb with a sugar reward. Oh, humans are just bad smelling compared to other animals. Yeah, oh man. This sniffer ain't worth anything at all. This sniffer don't smell nothing. Okay, wait, here's worldbeeproject.org. What do they have to say about the bees smelling the bombs? These bees are the bomb. Reward bees with sugar. Every time they choose the correct door, they would train bees to navigate their way through a maze of tiny rooms? You can do that? Oh. Wait. They have like multiple like bee factoids in this article. This says they show, okay, there's a little experiment that they have summarized here. It says they showed the bees white circles and green circles. Every time they showed a green circle, they gave the bee some sugar, but the bee received nothing for white circles. Then they retested the bees but with no rewards, and they measured the bees' heart rate after showing a green circle, and the bee's heart rate went up. The bee gets excited because it thinks it's getting sugar. It says the scientists interpreted this as joy. Oh boy, yippee! We're getting sugar tonight, boys! Huh. You can train bees like dogs? I didn't know that. I didn't know you could train bees like bees like a dogs. Oh. No, okay. If you can train them to go through like a maze with like a whole bunch of little doors to get to the sugar at the end, I think like you could train them to like spell out words to like if you like train them with like the if they can. Well, bees can tell color. Can they tell shapes apart? I think is the question here. Well, even if they can't tell shapes apart, I feel like you could just make the little like letter plaques like different colors, and then like as long as they're different colors, you just train the bees to like land on like the little plaques and like the correct sequence to like spell out a word, and then you give them a little sugar reward at the end. And then like if you want to like form like sentences and stuff, you just need to like have like multiple different like hives of bees trained, or like cohorts of bees trained to like spell out different words, and you just have to make sure to like to release like the right cohorts of bees at like the right. Do they communicate though? If you're like intermix the bees, would they like spell out like would they begin spelling the same words, or like would they begin like mixing up like the letters and like the different like words they've been trained to spell, or would they be able to like differentiate between them? How much information are they able to store in their bee brains? Are you able to like associate like one stimulus with one word, they spell that out, and like you give them the sugar reward, and then like a different stimulus with another word, and like after that, after they spell the word right, you give them the sugar reward? How smart are the bees? Should I be scared? Should I be worried about the bees? I've been worried about crows all this time. Should I be worried about bees? Hello? Bees are the next dominant species? Bees will be the next species to evolve complex intelligence after humans? It wasn't the crows. It wasn't the crows after all. Maybe it's the bees. Oh, going further with the experiment from before. Apparently they took it a step further. They showed a blue circle and tried to associate this circle with like a little like shock. And like they measured the bee's heart rate after that, and apparently they conditioned the bees to be like fearful of the blue circle as well. That makes me feel bad for the bees. Okay. They train the bees to expect sugar whenever they smell the chemicals used to make fertilizer bombs. It turns out bees are very good at detecting certain nitrates. So it's specifically the nitrates then? In the fertilizers. It's not like... It's not anything that they can do it for? Or maybe it is anything that they can do it for, but they're just like specialized for like the nitrates maybe? Fascinating stuff. Fascinating. What if I like pivot my career? What if I pivot my career and I like dedicate like the rest of my life to like studying like bee intelligence? What if I become the bee lady? What was her name again? The lady from Bee Movie, Vanessa? What if like... What if She didn't study bee intelligence though. Now that she just kind of like... I don't know. She just chanced upon like the bees and like had them like in her life after that. It's like... She didn't really turn into any sort of bee expert. She was more just like a consultant for the bees. She was just there with the bees. A bee lady, maybe, but like not the bee lady. She's the lady with the bees, not the lady that knows the bees, the lady for... She is the lady for the bees, but like not in that way. She just kind of hangs around the bees. But does she know what's up with the bees? She likes to think she's all tight with the bees, but does she know what's... Does she really know what's up with the bees? I don't think so. Does she know that the bees are out here sniffing nitrates? I don't think so. Do I like jazz? I don't know. I might like jazz. I like jazz. I saw like a video on social media the other week where it's like, I don't know what it... For some reason, it was just like a clip of like a boss fight, but what was his name again? The boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend that she dumps for the bee, Ken. It was like a clip from the Bee Movie video game of like the boss fight against Ken, and it's just a bunch of like quick time events. Or like Ken is like swinging like a newspaper at you in like slow motion, and you're just having to like press the Y button, press the X button, smash that A button to dodge the magazine before it hits you. Like that. And it was just like much too long of that. Sometimes I think about playing like those kind of like... I played like the Unfortunate Events like movie tie-in game on stream very early on. With some of you guys. Not all of you were here yet. This was very, very early on to my VTubering. But like, I think like sometimes, like, I think it would be fun to play those kind of like... Kusoge, kind of like... I don't know, some of them... I hear that like some of them are actually pretty good, like... I've heard that like actually like the Barnyard like movie tie-in game is better than the actual movie. I don't know, I just get curious about them sometimes. There's so many of them. They truly are their own genre. The Y2K movie tie-in game genre. But yeah. Where's I going with this? B movie. B movie. Are B movie memes still in, or is that like old now? I see it pop up every now and then. I feel like they're not quite as ubiquitous as they were before, but like you mentioned B movie, and it's just like, oh yeah, everybody knows about B movie. Alright, the B movie is eternal. We will all like jazz. What are you guys' thoughts on Ken? I see people very divided about this. Some people say he deserved to be dumped for the bees. Some people say like this is literally like a nightmare for him. This is the worst year of his life and he didn't deserve this at all. I think Ken is like maybe a little bit of a jerk, but it's just like at the same time it's just like I don't know. I just think it's interesting. I think I'm in the party of thinking it's interesting to think about what he's going through because like literally he has been dumped by his girlfriend for a bee. Yes, he's the only man in his universe who seems to like take issue with like the fact that there are anthropomorphic bees like running around the world. He's a Kafkaesque victim of sorts. He is. The only one in his universe that is aware of like the absurdity of the situation. The only one. He has a mouth and he tries to scream, but no one listens. So in that sense, does he truly have a mouth? Is he truly screaming? If no one hears you, if no one hears your mouth, are you truly screaming? Anyway, yes. Shall I get to the game? I think I shall get to the game. Alright. Oh, by the way, hey, look at this. What is this? Wow, what is this? Look at this little thing on screen. Do you see this? Do you like it? I got this a while ago, actually. I was like, kind of like, I don't know. I was kind of debating, like, should I just like leave this as one of the things that like I show you guys during the re-debut? But it's just like, it looks so good. It's just like, I'm so excited to. I have been using it for a while now. Do you like it? Do you like it? Look, look. Look, 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 look. I need to update the description, have like the artist. Yeah. Actually, I should go really quickly, do that before I forget, like, actually. Okay, wait, I have the link somewhere. Oh, I logged out of my VGen. No, but I don't want to, like, I don't want to keep going and, like, forget to, like, give the artist credit. Okay, let me log back into my VGen real quick so I can, like, get their name, like, credit them before we move on with the video gaming. Okay. And then I do this, and I do this, and I do... Is that right? Oh no, that's not right. Okay, I do this. And then I do this, and then I press login. Okay, and then I can go over here, and then I can go over here, and then I can go... not over here. I can go over here. Yes, I can go over here. I can go over here. I can go over here. Yes. The artist name is Ijaja. Yeah. Let me upload, like, actually, like, I was gonna do this earlier, I just forgot, but let me, like, update the description real quick to have, like, that under my credits as well. Okay. Cursor. Cool. Alright, now that's updated as well, but yeah, new cursor, new cursor! Cute, is it not? Is it not? Okay. Isabel spotted in chat. Where were we? Okay, where were we? Last time, we saved Gelly, so she is no longer over here. She is now in, the Collective Thought Castle with all the other memories over there. We finished up in the Golem Bay. We killed the guy that was hanging out in here. We had our boss fight in there. Our boss fight with our little Rock'em Sock'em robot sequence, I remember that. And then everybody... I remember this guy's wife died and we had to kill her after. We had to kill her body. Did we go over like what everybody has been like taken over inside of the inside of the embassy? I don't think we've gone over. I don't think that's been revealed yet. I remember we got Bosco's backstory too, about like him like blocking out the memories of like his hometown being taken over by the cordyceps. Not really cordyceps, but like, you know, cordyceps-esque fungus. And now he's removed his limiter so that like all his combat abilities are back, so he can like defend his friends, protect everybody he holds near and dear to his heart. I wanted to unity the dog, that's right. Not the dog, it wasn't a dog. It's kind of a dog. It's basically a dog. I want to unity the dog, though. I remember I wanted to go back and do that. I gotta find out where the dog is again, though. When I get back there. Something over there. I don't know how to get over there. Okay, wait. How did I get over there again? What mask am I wearing right now, anyway, too? Oh, okay, I'm wearing... this one. I'll just leave that over there then. There's all this stuff in here. I've already killed everything, like everywhere too, so I don't think that there's anything. Okay, this was a boss room. I remember that. Where's the dog? It has no yield. Okay, I won't go there. Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Where's the dog doing? What's the dog doing? I remember, I wanted to do that. I remember somebody telling me that I could unity the dog after I, like, saved, like, Gelly. I don't remember where the dog is, though. This is, like, back to the entrance, I think? Yeah, okay. So that's not where the dog is. Over here? The, in quotation marks, quote-unquote, dog. Oh no, there it is. There he is! Ah, okay, wait. I need to put the right mask on, and then I need to... unity the dog. Unity. He's gone. He's gone. I will assume that our doggy friend, our quote-unquote dog friend has been brought back to the Thought Palace. Okay. Nice. That's all I want to do here. Alright. Not Gelly's over there. Okay, and so before we move on... let's talk to Moth for a second. Okay. I know I can unity the dog. Unity. As a verb. I love getting on stream and unitying with all of you guys. One of my favorite activities of the week. It's getting pretty serious. So much worse than I ever imagined, honestly. Blue is new, right? Okay, so about the Golem area. I have a question about this part of the collapse. Might not be the best help here, but what's up? We already read this, but I might want a refresher on this. It sounds like familiar, but I also like don't remember word for word what they said. Boundary vats. Did you see these vat things? Form their tech in them. Yeah, this part I actually did know a little bit about. They had something like these in the polygonation spires. Quo would work in there on golems for local operations and stuff. They're pretty decentralized with how they built things back then. It seemed like there was a workspace in every OBS structure that any of them could use. Interesting that the framing device had already had some upgrades available. It's probably something to do with the archive system they mentioned. Oh, I see. Galley. Bastard replaced Galley with some kind of copy. Doesn't this just repeat the whole cycle? That new Gelly isn't showing any of the incoherence that the old one did. So, it's at least not in pain or lucid. This is probably for the best, buddy. We need these memories intact, and this does the trick well enough. How did Bastard replace it so easily? Bastard might seem stupid, but it's just coded to act that way. It's as smart as any other daemon. And daemons have to keep memories running in the frame no matter what. Makes sense to have a plan for this, you know? Bastard modified the old Gelly to get the daemons to leave it alone. So maybe it also copied Gelly's knowledge of its old role to drop in this new shell. Let me go for a refresher on this real quick. So I guess that caused a collapse. I don't think it's that simple, dude. I wouldn't say she caused it herself, but what Gordon said is right. Definitely all started with a storm. Then it must have spiraled out of control like that. Was it the storm that did it? Or did it just lead them to something? Man, did they probe the source of the call or something? It's fucked up. But the silver lining here is that this means the FBX was involved, like front to back. So, sure, even if we don't find everything Akazet says, we'll get briefed on whatever they know once I turn in my report. Right, can't wait. I remember Akazet was working together with Gordon on something. Gordon took it to his higher-ups against Akazet's wishes. What's our next move? Well, we just need to see everything we can in that last embassy memory. Everything, anything else is secondary right now. Alright, well, let's just keep moving forward. Alright, continue with the memory stream. I gotta remember how to play this game too. Notice, memory stream segment missing. Will advance to next coherent data. Notice, bridges into adjacent memory stream. Return not possible once started. Continue. Okay. Continuing memory stream. Exit on board the SPX to search for the signal separate from the embassy. Okay, thank you for the reminder. With our preparations complete, all reconvene in the lobby. Not a pair of receptors is without a time stopper connector. They're all orbed up. Yes, with these connections, we should be unstoppable. Say nothing of our comprehensive plan. It is fortunate Carrick recalls the grounds mindery layout so clearly. Everyone connected? Yes, yes, yes! Yes, 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 yes! Yes. Yes, 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 yes. The yes continues to echo as all agree in unison. I cannot help but laugh. Prompting a similar sentiment from everyone once was unwise. With all these connections, we should keep our thoughts focused and distinct. Despite the looming darkness, I sense the team finds some humor in this as well. Immediately, we set to a discussion under constricted time. Gakfu, was the time stopper damaged at all by your maneuver? Appears to be working as expected. The override's connection did not give me much detail. It is like feeling around in dark water. But between my efforts and Wufren's careful navigation, we were able to tear the time stopper from our chamber with minimal direct damage. To the time stopper, that is. It sounds like the entire room collapsed because of the downward flow I created. So, our research equipment and received archival sits are lost. Oh. Oh, Kavik, it'll be okay. Through our unity, I feel sharp suspicion. I need not wonder who it is from. As if pre-empting the speech, Gaku tilts her head back, receptors twisting cynically. Which does not matter, because the vast majority of our progress was stored in the archival system. We can seize the grounds mindery before the archival spine fully gives out. All will be well. If not, well, we'll be able to reflect on our mistakes with Velzy personally. A necessary loss. So we will have the time stopper's full effect within the grounds mindery segment. Then, yes, the time stopper's relocation should put us more safely within its effective range. I also expect that because of the connection we have, the ground's mind will still be unable to disconnect us. Barring a direct physical attack on the time stopper itself, of course. But we have seen no interference ever since we first descended. And with the CORRU pressure lightened, we have some time before it is at threat again. This was... okay. Space between. Time stopper little devices on their heads. Ground's mind, in charge of the entire place. All good things. But the eye still blinks. Pressure will build up again for the same reasons as before, and the time stopper shell will give away. Maybe we can find out what's blocking the CORRU flows to begin with. Still recall the plans from the embassy's early growth. This spire has a system of hearts that form and pump CORRU. A large central one at the bottom, then upper hearts to support it. From what we have seen, I think the upper hearts are probably intact. But the great heart within the ground's mindery no longer churns, and naturally they must be struggling. So, the ground's mind is truly malicious. That would be a simple organ to target to cause this kind of collapse. Collapse. Interesting. Thank you, Kirk. Another objective to consider if the demand for time becomes too great. But we should stay close to our plan otherwise. If we simply seize the ground's mindery core, it will surely be trivial to repair. Come, let us board, move friend, and be on our way. Thank you all for visiting Golem Maintenance. I hope it was an enlightening journey. Before you go... Itzel, how long will you be away? I should mark your availability. I'll be back in a few winks, Gelly. Okay, see you soon. Goodbye, Gelly. Thank you for all your help. Shared distant guilt carries through our connection, which I understand. Oh no, this clueless golem is better left to maintain the cohesion of this segment. Besides, it'll be easier to repair once we have stopped the collapse. Advancing to next memory stream. Wait, stop. Nope. Okay. Pale holes. Proceed. Dungeon. Continuing. Memory. Stream. Inheriting. Iteration. Context. CORRU murmurs beyond the walls as we descend to threats unknown. The move friend barely fits us together, elbow to elbow. Miltza's third arm fidgets with her others. We are beyond escape and I feel it eats at her. Itzel is awake within the golem with Carrick, and both are frighteningly quiet. But I feel a bubbling grief and rage through our connection, which Carrick must be trying to temper. Bosco rests against a wall and silently assists in prying apart the golem viscera we dragged in. Okavik fashions his explosives from their organs. Right, the boys are getting to work. The excitement in his motions, perhaps the only among us to carry unwavering confidence in our plan. And Dozik, turning the Gaklu's time stalker connector, seems concerned over her new complaints. She clutches her head as if afflicted by a larval migraine. Started only a blink ago, not long after we started to descend, strangely. Another thing you cannot hear, huh? It's like a buzzing. Too many quiet words to understand. Can make do. It's just terribly distracting. No, not even after swapping our connectors. But you're right about communications. Must be another dull-equipped golems doing what the Dolzika had done. As the wall of noise is almost identical. And it hurts you, all the same, even without a communicator. Dozik hands the connector back to her, where it finds a home upon her receptor again. Another hint at some greater truth of this attack signal, yet still yet to form a whole. But I feel it's safe to assume that whatever is attacking us is using something approximating ground's mindery. That is surely why you can sense it even when we cannot. Well, obviously. It's plain in Tozik's receptors that he is not done speaking. He's left staring at Gaklu with flat expression. Strikes clear regret into her. Sorry, Tozik. signal or noise or whatever it is causing such incessant irritation. But aside from it, I do have an insight to share. I was simply thinking aloud. Speak, Gakfu. In our foes, whenever I have twisted or struck them, and occasionally in the remains of others we have left in our wake, I have glimpsed vague shapes of the instruction left by the hostile signal. You're right, all this time on a surface level, it has felt like grounds mindery. It has the same authority, the same textures, re-instruction. Like when Viko instructed that golem to help us before this started. But the more I think about what I have seen, the more it vexes me. We're not given new directives, there were no clear thoughts to find. It's deeper, more abstract. There were impulses, like emotions, not clear thoughts. Longing, or anger, or desperation, or all of them. But beyond them, different, somehow. It's violent, messy. Not just inspiring them to kill us, but gradually changing their internals. Given Velzy's inordinate fondness for parasites, I want to call it an infection. It's almost nostalgic. I think I noticed something similar. Of the dull nodes I harvested from golems we have been fighting, the most recent ones are so weirdly malformed. I had to eventually break some of them off from their bodies. Right, dull nodes are some of the strange ones. And what I saw, it must have targeted specific organs. Communications, dual components, anything with connectivity. Leaving marks, rewriting their purpose more deeply than I could understand. Spreading outwards, fusing together, creating unfamiliar shapes. First I thought it was simply a result of our foes sludging and incohering. But after seeing more, it is deeper than that. It's intentional, but incomplete. Does this make any sense? Struggle to place in words. This vexes all of them. Anything touched by the signal has been changing, slowly. To what end, only Velzy may know. A thought cancer, perhaps, then? Infection is fitting. But what does that make of us? Sounds aside, none have shown any symptom. You? I'm a little bit worried about you, Gakfu. Yet I clearly recall the signal passing through me. Well, think about how inconsistent it has been. Only some devices, only some golems. Some risen against us, some entirely sludged by the signal or unresponsive. You recall how Mufren had simply begun to die instead of immediately trying to kill us. Yes, the echo was still intact, like Gellies or Barfriends. Seems like consciousness is a barrier to some extent. But it also must be that it can attempt to grasp something and fail. Either by luck, a bad connection, or failing to break through strong instruction. Like that of our mind cores. I think of when the first signal hit, how in my brief unconsciousness, it must have nearly taken hold of my leg, for it began to melt and change. But at once, almost without thought, I rose and fixed it. I was able to reform it as if it were a simple incorrect shape instruction after sitting for too long. Well, it struck me as strange after we began to see more. What about my Kivi? Itzel's interjection inspires a brief silence. I want to bring it up with their sensitive state, but in my mind as well. How Doxcalvi seemed to hold her memories, yet still declared us usurpers. Inviting us to come with her just before shattering her mind core was damaged. The mind core had a deep wound upon it. That enough for it to seize us? Frightening thought, given the precise targeting of our foes. The whole time I thought we were simply destroying them. Now I worry. What if they were not just broken, but changed? Bosco remains upon his duties, clearly listening, but indifferent. Is it unusual that Milsa has not given her insight? Does she have any? She fidgets so strangely, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. No, I'm overthinking this. Just a worrying thing to discuss. That is natural. Everyone is suspicious. Everyone is sus. Well, whatever the truth may be, we'll pry it from Velzy in time. This time is well placed, for the murmur of Kuroyi slows to a halt. A gentle thud marks our landing upon the pale Corru base of the spire. Hello, everyone! I forgot the voice I was giving to this guy. We have arrived! Fortunately, the structure here is still holding, so the entry vein is open. Are you ready? I can open the path now. I will wait here for you this time. Kuroyi pressure is fine. Just a moment, my friend. Everyone stands fully organizing themselves and their weapons. She'll only need to briefly reiterate the plan, especially after the exhaustive deliberation done during our preparations. Right, it is as we planned. Our efforts have all proceeded as expected. This final victory will be no exception. These foes have shown themselves to be rabid, acting with singular purpose but without tactics. And as in true infestation, this is our greatest advantage. Once we enter, split into your groups. Follow the ring hall of the grounds mindery in opposite directions until we meet again. Move attackers, clear chambers, find survivors, reunite for great threats if needed. When the core is defenseless, we enter the central chamber to seize it. Gakfu or Tozik, you are up for interim grounds mind when the time comes. Are we all aligned? Scepters wave with affirmation, we are of one mind. Just to repeat what I said before, I have a minecart capable of grounds mindery, but that does not mean I know how to operate an entire structure. Neither do I, but we will do what we must. If I am incapacitated, you must be the one to take the core. Yeah, right. We are ready then. We'll guide us to victory and correct my terrible mistake. Open the path, move friend. Yeah! Party functionality augments now disabled. Why? All party member actions upgraded to accommodate. Okay. Exception, symbiotic rifle activate via item. Exception, signal inverter. Directly upgraded Gakfu. Bullshit. Oh well. Is that how it goes with something fluid like this? Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. The entry vein, our first step. They only pass into the grounds mindery segment shell. The entire segment is a fixed shape like golem maintenance, but out of structural necessity. Formed from a mixture of black core and dead sediment, creating unique marbling and shimmer. Shimmer. The very pale Corru, misleading name, for it's closer to dead metal. But it is ornate, as it ought to be, given its importance here. I even have time to think about this as unexpected. No foes. It's quiet. Not even a single golem or cool body marks this place. Summerlee passes through our connection till we get a better look. I like this door, that's nice. Luminescent swarm displays nearby flare with warnings. Grounds mindery sigils in disrepair, almost rotting. Behind it, wall-length window pulses with bright nonsense, illuminating the area further. Still working, trying to show something, failing. Strange. Operate according to the plan. Kivik, Tozik, check the terminals. Stay at the segment. Zet will watch over you. Itzel, Karik, Bosco, Milza, check the doors to adjacent chambers. Find any foes, immediately retreat. There are no foes there either. Return to notify us. Let's not split up too much before we are ready. Oh, Gakfu, sense what you can from here. The core should be just beyond this wall, I think. Team sets out to their duties. Just blink to examine the area. Alright. Marked entities contain dialogue unique to this stream segment. Interact before advancing. Utilize proceed entity to save or advance stream. Oogie. Alright, I set out then. Can I look at this stuff? I can look at this stuff. Spire status. Visual display utilizing luminescent Corru swarm, saying Through intricate diagrams and warnings, what we already know. Little time remains. What is this? This is... Little time remains. What is this? Little time remains. What is this? Little time remains. I think... I like this one. I like the way, like, the kind of like... I like the flow of it. I like the flow of it, and I like all the little, like... I don't know, there's a lot of variety in it. It's very, like, space-like, very, like, universe-like. I just like it. Okay. Let's talk to Tozik. Got a little thing above his head. Do I need to, like... That's the thing I do to proceed. Okay, no. Talk to Tozik. Tozik. Hey. Tozik puzzles over this faulty terminal. Spots of the luminescent swarm forming the floating display. Cutting into it with his CORRU from the side, looking for something within. The other side is still operational, though. Appears like it would normally be a map of the area. Central grounds, mind you, core, surrounded by 5 chambers. This is one of them, minor as it seems. Lesser chambers attached to the halls, probably serving as personnel and storage. But most of this is obscured by incoherence. What is happening? Looks like this terminal was disconnected from all input at some point. Trying to check its core so I may directly access what it knows. Specifically when it lost input. But I mean around the segment, the display has drifted too much to tell. One of the chambers looks damaged, but the rest seem fine. Ignore the flickering circle in the center. Give me a blink. We will have our answer. I'll let you work. Can I look at the other side? Okay, wait. Look at it from the front. From the front. Map. Layout is 5 major chambers, including this one, surrounded the core. Connective halls lined with personnel, lesser operation chambers. Appears distorted around the core. Ah, the core. Can't talk to Gaku, I can nearly toggle her cloak. Okay. Or merely. Not nearly, merely. Cloak. I need to speak to him head on. I'm approaching him. How strange that they place these status views here. Perhaps these swarm displays would normally be a prideful display for visitors. Now they only serve as new stressor for the spire's entire condition. Perhaps even worse than I expected. Kavik steps among them, testing to see which to respond to his gestures. Kavik! What do you see? Oh, accent. It's really something. Never seen a spire break down like this. Look, over here, this view of the archival spine status is clearest. Most of the critical damage is actually centered around the veins of the archival spine. Well, the spinal column itself was mostly unharmed. What could cause this sort of damage? Well, some of it is debris from the upper veins collapsing into lower ones, but from what I can gather, it actually started with resource issues. Spine has its own dedicated spire blood circulation independent of the spire's hearts. All of it has been getting drawn away, pulled down here. That alone would not cause the damage, if not for the hearts themselves slowing. But you can see over on this one. The hearts have been stalled for a while. There's Gaku's work in the middle. There. That dip in the center, as well as near the second heart. Minor it seems, in a place like this. Or perhaps it's already mostly undone. And with these other views. Do you see it? Look closely. Do you see it? I just realized there are exclamation points. Oh, danger, danger, danger. Strange distortion, a loss of pigmentation and cohesion in the light swarm. These ones are not responding to me, so I'm not sure what's really going on here. That dark pattern is so familiar, too. Like... pay no attention to my speculation. Go. Attend to the others. I'll let you know when I have a conclusion. I'll leave you to it, then. Be prepared to move. Exit also interactions by go third person. Oh, thank you. Okay, wait. See, Aki has to say, wait. What do I do third person again? Whoa! Whoa! Quality, regular. Quality, what was it before? Low. Was I low quality before? Wait, should I have been like... Ah. Why was it on low? Well, this looks better. Okay, let's leave it here. As long as my system isn't lagging, we'll just leave it here. Here? Ah, yes, here. Exitesh. Do I need to get her to turn around? Do I need to put a mask on, maybe? I'm already wearing that one. Do I put this one on? Put this one back on. We can check her out again when we get to the next area too. And you're welcome in, Mr. Yapping. No, it's okay though, it's okay. I'm just glad that you're here. Welcome in, welcome in. The interruption exit is later. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At the moment, I am thinking like thought cancer caused by the signal, maybe? There's also the possibility that I'm completely wrong, but that is... At the moment, I feel like that is my current theory, but like also like... I'm so curious about what's going on with Kazuki. I feel... We haven't like established where she is either at this moment in time. I know like... I remember last time I was joking around like she saved herself. She was invited to the party and that saved her. But I am quite curious about what she's actually doing right now. Alright. I think that's everything here though, so let's go ahead and move on. Alright. Did I save first? Save and heal. We didn't fight anything, but I guess we'll save real quick. Okay, proceed. I linger near Gokfu, watching over the team as they find out what they can. Something about the twist of her receptors in particular worries me. She stares into the window, or perhaps beyond it. What is it? Even with a closer look at the window, trying to make sense of what it shows is fruitless. It's nothing. Just squaring black and white pigmentation. Simply incoherence. Or... a true attempt to display what is within the core chamber. This is where that buzzing was coming from. It's close. It does not pain me as it did. It is so much clearer now. It's not without sense. Gaku's chuckle carries a bitter hate. In my larval youth, throughout my work, upon the Okazika. What is this again? Psychic surface holy site. Okay. If the clouds parted at the start of the Gaze's work and Velzy's eye could see us plainly. It's a song they made us sing, where our voices had to be in unison. Yokidoya. Kadoya. Song of many voices. Part genuine prayer, part to raise our spirits before our labor. And part true intention. Go forth predators in the area, that we may eliminate them before getting deep into work. That's what I feel now from this place. Same sort of unison, a cave city in constant song. Song is not a sound, like a feeling that passes through me. Think it were some cruel mockery, Jokram our aggressor. If it were not only being, if it were not only being spread through grounds mindry. Silence of her pause, I realize. Actually, I think I can feel it too. Grows stronger as I draw closer to the window. The effect is plain. She says, it's not exactly a sound, yet I hear it. I listen, as I feel. Sit. Think. Feel. I think of the signal, and I feel shreds of it in the song. Like half-remembered lyrics forgotten again as they pass by. I almost feel as I can see the song in the swirl of the window. When I look back to Gakfu, she meets my gaze with great concern. Look at that. Behind us, Kavik scuttles closer. Scurries scuttles. Same kind of deal. It is a dull ceremony! He speaks too quickly, too loudly for it to be good news. Forgive my volume. I believe the ground's mindly chamber is being used for a ceremony. That is, the precursor structure to a dull contrivance. Never seen it on this scale before. Usually they're either very small for testing, or very large to make a proper continuous contrivance. If this completes, I think it'd be open just long enough to consume the entire embassy before closing. There must be an opposite side, a destination to reach, but it is impossible to tell where that might be. What? Was this the true purpose of the attack? Or an emergency measure taken by Vikoa? Feeling the sheer shock of Tozik and Gaku, a part of me screams to flee. I seize Kavik, glancing towards the window again. Vic? How much time do we have? Grounds mind you core, can it be recovered from this without destroying it? Entire embassy. Do we simply cast our plan aside? Wait. Haki, I do not know. It depends. Ceremonies require a great deal of preparation and resources. In ideal conditions, they are nearly instant. So we should not have time to even consider how to stop it. But the grounds mind core is being used as the catalyst for it. I really cannot say. It could be winks, or the whole gaze, or it could explode into a contrivance right now. This is unprecedented, Akazet. I really do not know. But I do know the core must still be intact. I release Kavik, relenting to pace anxiously. The next actions must be chosen carefully. The light of Elsie's gaze burns through me. Alright, how can we stop it? Ceremony must be seized by the core itself. Said this structure requires a lot of effort and resources. Constant flow, really, in order to bloom and anchor itself, so that the catalyst, I didn't read this before. Self-assembling core-cystic structure within dull plane. Completion allows for creation direction of new dull contrivance. His voice catches, his frantic selection of words falling short. Speaks now upon matters he only barely understands. No one else has stepped in to help, so this is his knowledge alone. Sorry, in short, we could command the core to stop somehow, to close the gate if it has formed. The gate is formed. That would cut the ceremony off. Or we could destroy the core, but, you know. Either way, until it is stopped, we really, really do not want to go in there. There is a stage in ceremonies while their tendrils are anchoring. An overlap where, the doll kind of presses against our side and, how do I phrase this? It starts to mix their conflicting natures and just gets very dangerous, yes? Even after I've seen, since the advent of dull technology... Oh, even after all I've seen since the advent of dull technology, this is still beyond me to fully grasp. But his fear is all I need to know. Gaku stares into the light of the window, searching. This does not make any sense. There is no reason the core should be able to do this. Ceremonies must be formed using truly massive grand cysts, right? Yes. But mainly for resource reasons. Only a fraction of a catalyst mass is actually used in managing the operation. The rest is consumed, used in the formation of tendrils and organs. And what resources greater than the embassy's critical systems? Dozik remains silent, having cut into the side of the map terminal for a direct connection. From the doorway nearby, Itzo, Karik, and Miltzo return. The next room is empty. No golems, no quo, no bodies. So quiet here. Bosco emerges from the inside not long after, receptors alert. The same in this direction. Some marks on the ground drag towards the ground's mind core. May have been bodies once, but they were moved. Or moved themselves. All at once, I feel the eyes' internal focus of the others upon me. No clothes. Core's untouchable. Plan. What about our plan? can we even do? Hey. Dosic places the component back into the map terminal, gesturing to the display. Still unreadable. There's a part of Ground's Mighty segment called the Dull Mind. Smart one, near the top. Oh, they monitor dull activity and prevent internal collisions there. Right. I've been trying to get some information on it from this terminal, but the last sensory impulse it received must have been just after we arrived at maintenance. As of that impulse, it appears the dull mind is gone. This region is giving no output at all. Not reporting collapse or damage. Just not responding. No sensory signals, nothing. Structure of the entire segment otherwise seems fine. Of course, chamber status is far too incoherent to make any sense of. It's definitely still there. One other thing. There appear to have been no active entities anywhere. Quo, or otherwise. Does not make sense. Sorry about my mic. Could the Ground's Mighty chamber evacuate already? Somehow? The spinal tether could have served as another exit. Maybe, but no clear signs of that here. So often have I led the charge, made these plans, that being bereft of direction leaves a tight coil in my receptors. Well, what do you recommend? One of the adjacent chambers is the Lesser Mind. It seems to be a place where other Quo could directly assist in Ground's Mindry duties. That end, as the Dull Mind is truly gone, we may be able to use some of its equipment similarly to the override panel in Golem maintenance. Make contact with the core if it's still there. Perhaps even stop it, or at least pry some time from Belly's claws. Right. Yes. Come, let us all go together. There's no way to stop it, then let us at least search for survivors. And if we truly must, flee. Flee? Oh, Bosco. Gotta catch everyone else up on the situation as we move. You must have learned yourselves, this is not as straightforward as we thought. Will do. I kind of like the idea of this being like not a traitor situation, but just like, I know, some sort of last-ditch effort made in order to save everybody from something out there. Do something with something out there? Anyway, keep going, keep going, keep going. Meltza. Nothing to do with Meltza. Talk to you two? Can't talk to you guys. Kvik has nothing else to say, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't think anybody has anything to say right now. Yeah. Dosic has nothing to say either. Okay. Time to proceed then. Those enemies, or are those lamb? Okay. Not enemies. Merely... What are they, lamps? Altars. Recreation of carnivorous stationary fauna. Hollow central structure captures organic material for sustenance. Fruit bulb forms over time. Like a religious significance. I see. Alright, end of the hall. The Lesser Mind Chamber. Eerily quiet, given the horrors behind us. Also, quite bare. What could be an aesthetic choice? Bosco did mention things being torn away, dragged to the core. No matter, team sets out to investigate the area. Our objective is clear. At least one of these pods is likely still functional. Marked entities. Okay. Meltza first. Meltza. Meltza lingers near our golem, still quiet. She fidgets with the small remote coordination drone we formed for her before descending. A simple spear with robust dual positioning and propulsion. It is possible that she is truly busy preparing it, but really I do not think she has said anything since we arrived. Clearly she's nervous. She always has been. But it seemed more intense than before, perhaps to the point of distraction. Some support should help, as the others investigate. Milta! How beholds you? This is a worrying time, but I worry for you as well. Something troubling you? Oh, Akazet, She places the drone in a pouch within her cloak. It clings against a number of other cysts, likely the ones retrieved from her room long ago. Her receptors stretch open and close as she places words to her thoughts. I know that coming here, it was the right choice, but I should hold nothing from you. Does not feel like this is far out of our control. We are researchers, diplomats, a few engineers. Ceremonies usually demand several teams just to initiate, from what I know. Do you really think we can do anything about this? Under the light of Velzy's attention in moments of great pressure, they say that impossible outcomes become common. But I hold no delusion, Milsa. There's truly nothing we can do, that is, as I said, find survivors and quickly escape. It feels wrong, but it is true. Escape is our only resort, should this be beyond our grasp. Of course. With fleeing as an option, a thought that has come to her many times. There's no easing of her tension. Could it be something else bothering her? These fellows next. Itzel and Correct linger in our golem near the core chamber door. Since that fight with the construction golem, they have sparsely said a word. Yet they are within our great weapon. There is some risk here. So, I approach. Itzel, quick! Hello! Given the weight of our receptors, upon our receptors, I must ask, Itzel, are you feeling well enough to fight? Your and Correct's combined minds lend well to the golem's abilities, but... Akazet. We'll only be here once. YOLO, he says. It will be my only chance to exact vengeance for Duskulvi. I will have the murderer answer for all that has been done. Till we meet again behind Velzy's stage. I would have this be my only purpose. Still speaks calmly, but their bitter rage is clear. Not sit well with me. Weight loss is always terminal, often imminently. Surface hunters charging into the dark for vengeance. Cavern folk growing unresponsive. Madness in many shapes, lovingly drawn by Velzy's cruel claws. Even with our larval flesh left behind, this curse follows us in the death eventually. So while it is true that there is an intense driving force behind it till now, a stray storm that may bend the Velk in our direction, still fear it may be uncontrollable. Milta, nearby, makes a clear grip of discomfort in her branch receptors. She is silent. Cannot blame her. The choice here. So alone in the move, friend? Have them trail behind in their most vulnerable state, physically and mentally. Besides, Crick grounds them. Would it not be beneficial to Itzel's chances of recovery if we allow them to truly claim vengeance? Do not worry, Akazet. We have been speaking internally. I am quite confident in Itzel's ability to help. It will be fine. Right. Alright, I'll leave you to it. Gaku, how you feeling? How you feeling? Toggle her cloak, how you feeling? I approach Gaku, who stands apart from the others. Preoccupied with a web of veins extending from beneath the core chamber door, they are barely visible, indentations left in the ground from their weaving. Gaku! What is wrong? These veins. Do not feel the same unease? They make the floor uneven, seem disorderly. Not integrated with the ground systems, forcing their way through. Akazet, they must be new. They're unusual, Naji point to them. Gafu calls to our friends in the golem. Correct, is this standard? These ground veins. From the surprise in the golem's receptors, they must not have noticed either. Huh. No. The ground's mindry segment here is designed to have resources running through the walls and floor already. Visibly through particular connections. So these should be unnecessary. The ball connections from the ceiling look right, because those wire to the spine, I think. Do not know what these ones on the ground are. The CORRU would not entertain this aesthetic choice either, from what I know of her. She is one of those smooth stone types. Smooth stone kind of gal. Gafu's eyes follow the path from the door to each of the lesser pods. They form some sort of connection, merging, disappearing into the flesh near each base. Well, I can only tell that these connect to the core somehow. Same as our foes, there is no meaning I can glean from them. Don't seem to be able to move, but try not to stand on them for too long. Strange, strange. Really strange. Look, what do you have to say? Doza and Kavik linger near the center of the chamber. There are terminal displays to state the grounds mindry attendants throughout the spire, similar display to the one within the entry vein. It's far too much detailed information for me to make sense of, but the numerous alerts and requests are apparent. Critical damage is reported at the fringes of every spine branch, and there are far too many urgent calls for help. Oh, this one's more readable. According to this, there is no grounds mindry happening at all. Core. Is it still intact? It must be. The core must be entirely occupied within the ceremony. Now, with the ceremony. You see that last activity? Stop being used for grounds mindry. At about the same time the map terminal stopped working. Which looks to be when we arrived at Gaul maintenance. That must have been when the ceremony began. By the looks of it, whatever her last command was, caused an immense amount of strain to the entire system all at once. But the golems there are projecting control sigils. Those only come from direct continuous grounds mindry. Right. Or something that the golems thought was close enough. Regardless, we should look for an intact pod. Can I get direct connection to the grounds mindry system with them? And maybe I can see some records too. I have to tell just from this fading display. Suspect that whatever Vikoa did was done twice. Gestures toward the mangled side information. Not make sense of it, but he must recognize some figures. Many calls come from before Vikoa's last action. Many of the spinal relays suffered just before them. The signal we felt, the one that changed our golems. While it may not have been grounds mindry as we know it, I truly believe it started from the core. I see. I see. Bosco, do you see? Bosco lingers quietly near the pods, inspecting them for damage. Seems to have settled on a potential candidate already, so I ask. Bosco! You mentioned earlier that that it looks like things were moved. Yes. Probably bodies, but there are other spots that stood out to me. Damage in the ground, implying entirely missing terminals and equipment. Similarly dragged around, pulled from their ports, leaving trails of sludge. Some towards the core's chamber and grand door, others to halls leading further into the ring. Notice how this chamber has no auxiliary terminals, no storage. It's the same. There's some greater effort here. Perhaps to service fuel. That is strange indeed. Few storage containers and tool terminals would hardly help a ceremony's hunger, surely. Bosco is quiet, similarly puzzled, but uninvested. We'll know in time. Some sort of thought poison, some sort of we never should have come here to begin with. This needs to be hidden away. Nobody can ever know about this ever again. Sort of deal. Destroy it all before it's too late sort of deal. I think we should continue. Bosco lingers near an ideal pod, and so I call everyone's attention with an impulse through our connection. All begin to gather nearby with a shared sense of vague unease. This one should work. Bosco feels around the pod center-facing side, eventually finding the edges of a panel. With a tear, a circular hatch gives way to the dark interior. Thank you, Bosco. I will give this a try first. I know these. They're just like the remote operation chambers back home. A little more modern, but the same paradigm. Just watch out. If it really is the same, then it will notify the grounds mind. Whatever holds the core will know we are here. If there's anyone in it at all at this point, they already do, given our movement. I'm gonna have to fight some after this. I didn't save! Wait, I didn't save! I'm not gonna have to fight some after this, am I? Flores must still be feeding it sensory information. Let me see if this works. Tozek reaches within, pulling a wired connector from the interior. He removes his time-stopper connector from his favorite receptor, puts his new one in its place. We all watch, anticipating a simple answer, but something in the wavering of his stance. Suddenly, he doubles over. Tear it off of him! Gripping the connector. With a quick motion, he tears it away from his receptor, casting it away. His physical tether snaps and cracks upon the hard wall, splattering purple. Terror resonates through our connection. Miltza nears to him, takes a cautious step back. Tozek, are you? With an agonized groan, he grips his head. The exposed core of his cool body rippling unnaturally, gaining a strange sheen. As if some sort of shockwave passed through him. Kavik quickly approaches to help, but Tozek waves away urgently. Bosco hovers closer, prepared if something is going wrong. There. There's something. Tozek, that is membrane failure. We need to act quickly. How did that happen just from one connection? Nobody else connected to anything. Tozek grips Kavik's arm urgently, but his limbs move strangely, as if half asleep. It sees us. The golem is reporting. Everyone get away from the core! Our focus shifts to the round door the ground's mind faces shelter between the pods. Where we expect them to open, maybe to reveal an attacker. Okadoya, heard once gently, screams through our minds. Like a shockwave of madness, invisible tendrils curling out from the core. Before we can move, it passes over us. A sourceless light suffuses the chamber, illuminating shapes we cannot see. In the presence of their vibrance, edges grow inaccurate, ships twist and expand. Glare bleeds from everything, mixing in the air apart from their objects. Ceiling. Is it gone? Is this a projection? Something presses against it, as if looking in at us. Kavik? Tozek? Anyone? What's happening? Is this a ceremony? Is it completing? I don't know. I think this is the overlap. It must be growing outwards. And the shock strikes my mind core. Some part of me is failing, but the floor is still beneath my feet. There's a feeling of some grape shape slithering, coiling around the chamber. And when my mind recovers enough to see, the room is unrecognizable. Lost in itself. Oh, a mind palace, dungeon, mind persona. An island of sanity with frayed edges, as if suffocated by the surface's vapor. Ahmed, something has come for us. Shapen things, hazy silhouettes, formed from the broken nature. When I look at them, I see familiar shapes. The husks, like before? Golems. Something else. They move without the fatigue of our past foes. Cannot truly make sense of them. But their presence alone seems to strengthen the effect of this distortion. They must be the source of this, or a part, somehow. Must be stopped before we get lost to this overlap. No friends we made here. Whatever this is not yet destroyed us. We must fight. Everyone, follow my lead. Alright, but where are you? The question immediately chills my mind. Look nearby, but see only Bosco, Itzel, and Kurik. Where are... There's no time. These creatures... Oh, I forgot to check Akazet in the other room. These creatures are upon us. Everyone, fight to the best of your ability. I will lend my expertise as I can. Fight! 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 You were making me fight something! Ah! That's okay. That's okay. I will fight and I will win. Hmm. Scenario necessitates extra dimension. Utilizing structure, tactical combat. It's a tactics game now. Core combat structure is unaltered. Actors may move a limited range before using an action. Action use ends turn. Okay. Okay, all actions adjusted to account for range and area of effect. Utilize LMB to direct movement and action use. Utilize movement keys to alter spatial angle. Okay. Shift to direct vision during ally movement. Okay. We must be rid of these foes quickly so I can help the others. Corners of the room become distorted. Dangerous. Remind of how we destroyed the Foundation Golem just a wink ago. We should avoid them. But so too can we use them with carefully angled strikes. Okay. It's Alien Chaz. It's Fire Emblem. They're making me play Advance Wars. They had me do the roguelike last time and now I'm playing Fire Emblem. Now we're in the tactics mode. What do they do next? What do they come up with next? I feel like eventually there will be some sort of like... It kind of was like a racing minigame, like that sequence that we had too to save Gelly. At the very end of that, I feel like it's not too far-fetched to say that at some point in Core we are going to be doing a rhythm game. Meowgenics. I've never played Meowgenics actually. I've never seen any. I've actually never watched a single like streamer play Meowgenics either. I don't know what the Meowgenics gameplay is like. When you character development for not saving before a fight, but I'll win. I'll win. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna win. Maybe the real culprit is the friends we made along the way. Yeehaw! I love you guys. That's how you feel when you get out of bed? Me too, honestly. Me too. I'm thinking of getting... I actually think like... I think sleeping on the floor is like actually kind of like wrecking like my body now, so... I'm thinking of getting like an actual like kind of like mattress to put in the floor instead of just like sleeping on like on top of like my couple of like stacked sleeping bags and like blankets and pillows like I am right now. I realized I could also just like sleep on my bed like I'm supposed to be sleeping on, but the dogs. I gotta sleep with my dogs. They're gonna have Flappy Bird next. They're gonna have Flappy Bird at some. I'm gonna get in a battle with something and they're gonna make me Flappy Bird through it. I'm gonna have to do like the normal fight sequence and then like at the end it's gonna like stick me into a Flappy Bird sequence. I'm gonna have to like fight through Flappy Bird. I heard it's a really good game. I've seen a lot of other streamers play it. Maybe I should look at the Meowgenics. Okay. Okay. Tilt the battlefield. This tilts the battlefield. Projectiles over here. Camera control. And then this still moves the... Okay, wait. Toggles looking mode. Not tile to move camera, only functions during ally movement phase. Wait, click on tile to move the camera. Oh, okay. Move it back over to accent. And then where should I... Okay, where should I move her then? Over here. Over here. Can I like... Okay, probably... Now should I overwhelm or should I... I probably should have went over my party and see what everybody can do first. Oh, she has AoE. Wait. No, that's... Assaults targets ahead. No, she does have AoE. Okay, wait. Random foe on range if it's crit. That's right, that's... Okay, I'm starting to remember now. Focus is what I do if I want to Guarantee that they get the extra effect. Maybe I should have let them come to me. Okay, I've... Frenzy first. Maybe... Protect has to be within the... Okay, one of the... I'm gonna protect... Akazet. Oh wait, no, this entire area is like within his protective effect now, though. Oak splitter... Oh, it is chest. Okay, wait, if I put him here, he can't make use of any of his diagonal. Okay, if I put him right up there, and I use... Valk splitter, then... Not quite Fire Emblem, it's a little bit... Can I friendly fire? Oh, it's friendly... It does friendly fire? What? Okay, wait, never mind. Maybe I'll focus him and then I'll have him do something next turn. Okay, blocked, spiked. Blocked, spiked. Blocked, spiked. Nice. Okay. Coiling. And then... What was the... Okay, wait, over here. Am I able to check, like, their text? Well, they're not, okay. So if I want to use the... Actually, if I move... Him over there, these guys are on the line over here. Okay, wait, and so... Assaults targets ahead. What if I move her over here? And then... Am I able to? Oh, okay, I see. Oh! Wait, can I move her again? I can move her again. So if I move over here then, and then I do... Not overwhelm, but... Frenzy does that. If I do overwhelm... Oh, it needs to be an empty space in front of her. I see. Okay. Okay. It's nice that I'm able to move them as many times as I want, like within like their... Yeah, within their area of being able to move bitchness. Okay, I guess I'll just do this then. Get away! Another game that's also so eclectic is probably Nier Automata. I want to play Nier Automata sometimes. I have watched like an entire like cutscene compilation of Nier Automata and like one of those like kind of like ending like compilations too. So it's like I know the whole story, I know what happens, but like I've never actually seen like the gameplay in full. I've talked to you guys about this though. I want to finish out like I'm playing like Nier Replicant on my own time right now, and like I'm thinking about maybe like playing through the last ending with you guys. It's like you have all the context for like going into Nier Automata, and then we can play it all together. Eclectic games. What are other eclectic games? Whole bunch of stuff. I think I need to move back to use Overwhelm because it charges. Oh, I see. She charges forward, so that's why it needs it. Okay. Here. Where should Bosco go? I'm gonna put him over here. Then I'm just gonna use him to keep protecting everybody. Okay, and then you can go over here. And then... Yeah, we'll do that there. Okay. As long as these guys stay in a line. the strategy stays intact. Hmm. So this guy has 6 HP. Who has 13? You have 13 HP because I have not touched you yet. What if I actually go over here and then I should probably use overwhelm? Yeah. There we go. Then he's all the way down there. I guess then I can put Bosco over here. And then just punch him. Get him. Punch him. Get all the way over there. Get away. Move to a location and strike ahead. Okay, wait, so I should actually go over here then. No, go forward one. Get that guy. Then I can go over here. Then we can use Valk Splitter and get both of these guys over here. Okay, that's all good right there. Now I just need to focus on taking care of this one. Okay. I see. Okay, so there are certain moves that I can do that like also move them, and I need to make sure I have enough space on the board to do that. I see. Oh wait, I wasn't paying attention to like whether... Like probably, if it shows me like my allies' HP when I'm like looking at like the AoE like that, I probably can't friendly fire, so I need to keep that I need to keep that in mind too. Okay. With our foes fallen, I shift my inner focus to the others. My wordless request to access their senses is granted immediately. Oh, it's another one. Oh, now I go with these guys this time, okay. I only hope I can guide them well enough. I like this. This is fun. Functions vary from persistent effects to telegraph actions. Utilize scanner to determine function if needed. Alright, follow my instruction. Doing well. Yeah, I'm having fun with this. I have a lot of fun with CORRU, actually. I love it. Just grit your teeth, friend. My AoE will hurt just a little, It'll be just a second, and then it'll all be done. Okay, let's see. What goes next? What should I do with Meltsa? I remember not liking destabilized because, yeah, it also increases their outcoming damage, which is bad. Or outgoing damage. I guess if I'm able to get like, they only have 15 HP, so I guess like if I'm able to get like a hit on somebody immediately after they're like plus 10 destabilized, though, then that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, here. We'll just dash. Oh wait, no, that was Gaku. Okay. Got bombs, he can dash. Oh no, he's scared, so that's right. Kavik starts all his battles scared. Let's cover. Okay. Cover is a heal. Just move him over here. Oh. I wish I could see my enemies' ranges. Okay, if I get him one further ahead, he can throw a bomb. If I put him in this hole too, there's nothing here, so only one at a time can attack him. I guess I'll just like... Kill them! Kill them all! Utilize short-range drone to support or suppress target. I'll move her over here. Hey, minus 2 HP to host. And nearby vulnerable foes. Or if I use it on an ally, 50% chance for +1 evasion to host and nearby allies. Okay. So I should use the Drone sounds better to use as like a buff on my allies then. I do want that AoE on my friends then. Should I observe him? Okay, and now he's focused, which is good. I don't like that. They have bombs. That's not good. What is the... Oh, okay, so Scramble does not have... Scramble can be used pretty far out. As can destabilize. Okay, what if I just move her all the way over here? Not big enough. I want to hit both of them. Okay, you got 15, you got 4. I'll go ahead and use that over there. Should I have him use more bombs? Oh, the bomb range is huge. Here. That's 7 HP. Okay, if I go over here and I observe him again, then he ends up focused again. Warps the ground ominously. Okay, so what do those do? Can I bring up the log? Shape warps the ground, attendant flickers away. Such a strange feeling. How many do you have? You have 15 HP. You have 8 HP. You over here at 14 HP. Interruptible. Using telegraphed action on next turn, interrupted by any hit. Oh, okay, I see. Maybe I should just smack him then. Coming together again! Covered was... I didn't want to... No, whoops. Okay, wait. Can I... 50% chance there, or I could focus... I can't focus her though. Okay, wait. I'll try this. Bombs everywhere. Uh-oh. Okay, no, she's still alive. It's still good. Move her up here. And these guys are in the same space now, so I can scramble them together. Use a bomb. Should I just try to take everybody out all at once? Okay. There's 3 HP. You have 3 HP. I really want to take it out. I really want to take this guy out. Joan does damage, right? Joan does... And nearby vulnerable. It's not vulnerable though, is it? This guy's vulnerable. This guy's not. He's stabilized too. Maybe I should... I'm not close enough. Come over here. And then... over there. Does a little bit of damage. Okay. Youch. Need to seal this. You do. But also, we're so close to taking these guys out. You still have 14 HP. You look actually, he's still got 9 HP. I think he's fine for now. Okay, wait, we do this. Puncture invulnerable. And then get you out of the bomb range. That there. And this should be still 1 HP. Here. This is out of the bomb range, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to hurt Gakfu there. Okay, good. You are vulnerable, so that means I can use the drone. Okay, move over here. Dash. Good. That's over there. They can get themselves with their own bombs? Okay. Dash a little bit closer to everybody. Okay, heal up. And then why don't I... use the drones there. The last of the entities dissipate from the attacks of my friends, but okay, nice, nice chip damage, nice. Find ourselves thrown to yet another distortion of the lesser mind chamber. Or were we ever elsewhere? Can hardly make sense of the space. All I know is that there are so many more of the beasts here. We are together again. Half-formed questions and thoughts of confusion race through our connection. Have no fear. We are having some effect. It seems closer to the shape it used to be, does it not? They are many, but so are we. We are legion. There's so many of them. Oh gosh, there's so many of them. Okay, shall we just go for it then? So these guys all got 6 HP. Okay, let's all like get ourselves down here. And then I go over here. If I go over there, I can get these two at the same time. Okay. I'll just go for it. Now I gotta take these guys out before something happens. I can take them out before something happens, or I just use Bosco to protect everybody. That's an option. What if I just use Bosco to protect everybody? Oh, but I can only protect in one thing. Ah, wait, but if I do this, then everybody's okay. If I put him over here and I have him use his bombs... Ah! Perfect shape. And then... this guy is... destabilized and vulnerable. How much health? 11. Versus 1. I think it would be better to just take that guy out. Okay, wait, and then I can put you there. And then I'm in the diagonal that I need to get these two over here. I'm also in the same let's go for these guys. There we go. Yay! Oh, the bombs are unavoidable now. It'll be okay. Okay. I think the strategy I have in my head right now is just like letting them all group together and then like using somebody to just like take them all out with AoE. I'm mostly thinking of like Kavik's grenades and then our golem too. It's 1 HP. What if I just have her actually... focus once. And then... get her in front over there. And then... scramble over here. And then... need to be closer to punch. What am I doing? What am I watching from our ship right now? Wow! I hope you're having fun on your boat ride. I hope you don't get seasick. I hope you're seeing many sights and having much fun on your boat ride right now. Welcome in! Can I move here? Okay, yeah, I can move here. Okay, then I should be able to just punch. Jab at where? Jab at... oh, I need to be further away to punch. Okay, wait, I go back here then. I punch. Ugh. Perfect, okay. So Bosco good for taking out one guy at a time. How far can I get the... I could be a little bit closer, okay. As long as I stay out of the range of their bombs, like it's fine, honestly. These guys don't attack me head on like the guys in the other stages were. Over here. Ooh. Ah, over there now I see. Oh, wait. No, you're new. Where'd you come from? Meltsa. What do I want to do with Meltsa? Hey, you got item carrier. Do I need that? How do I? Oh no, just same as always. Okay, use item. Maybe I should be using the drones to buff. Who's got the lowest HP actually? You got the low. No, Gakfu got the lowest HP. Use it on Gakfu. Okay, and what is the best positioning? If I go over there, it'll be 2. If I go over here, it'll be 2. I'm worried about this guy, though. There's an effect tile over here. What do I move over here? Plus 2 turns of stun. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. The center thing is taking... damn. Oh, why is the center part... oh, I didn't know that could happen. Oh! Oh! What do you mean the furniture can be used too? Okay. This will be okay. Okay, this will be okay. I need to get everybody like all like in one area so that Kavik can use his heals. Yeah, I think I want to put her over there, and then I think I want to use... overwhelm there, and then I think I want to take... I want to... evade and focus. I'm gonna move him over here. Is this a good place to do this? This is a good place to do this. Okay, I'll do that there. And then... move Kavik down into... there. And everybody there is healed up a little bit. That's good. You do not have any... You're stunned. You're stunned. Anybody? Item carrier. Okay, nobody's... So I'll just put her right there, actually, and then you can go over here, and I want you to take them out. More bombs. Biscuits, welcome in. Pop in and say hi. I've seen the rest of it. Don't want to spoil yourself. It's an experience. Definitely look through the rest of it. Oh, yeah. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for being here. Hello. Is this game a tower defense? This game is many different things. Right now it's kind of tactics. Before it was we were playing through a roguelike mode. In the beginning it was a little bit Undertale. There were like visual novel segments as well. It's a little bit of everything. Honestly, it's a little bit of everything, but it works. A good game. Ooh. Yeah, think of it like a multimedia project. Many different things for the sake of telling a singular story. What kind of game is this? Yes. Yes. A good one. Okay, wait, where do I put... Actually, I could put Aki down here. Move. Thank you. And then... I could have her overwhelm these guys there. Okay. Are these guys multiplying? I can't even tell. Gakfu is ready to... So finicky with like the placement of my cursor over the tiles. Okay. Okay, if I do it over here, then she won't get Akazat, which is good. Okay, that's those guys taken care of then. I'll move Bosco over here. Oh wait, no, that's right. He needs to be... He doesn't have the right positioning to punch that guy. Okay, wait, move back over here. But I want to move the golem over here so they can... Okay, so actually... Put you here. And you can start taking out these guys on the far end over here. Get him. Good. Coming together again. Nice, nice, nice. Over here... I'll have him heal again. Good. Let's, nobody... Item carrier... Yeah, nobody's... Stun and weakened, but that's not... it's not vulnerable. What, can I get this guy in with everybody? I think, actually, this is a good tile right here. Yeah, perfect. Nice, nice. Much better. Okay, wait, I can't get over here. Okay, let me get over here. Cloak splitter. Take him out. Good. Ooh, ouch. Ooh, oh, ouch. Ooh, meow. Meow. Kavik is getting tossed around like a rag doll. I'm glad he's okay though. Oh. bro's built like a Nintendo 3DS. Overwhelm. What should I have her do? I actually kind of want to like have her focus and then. Well, she is focused. I had her do that last turn. That's right. Okay, wait. You were at 6. Who's at 12? You were at 12. 9. I feel like if I move her down here, I feel like I could probably. Yeah, take that guy out. Baku, feeling better, she says. Can move her over here. Have her scramble this guy. Busco punch. Busco destroy. Good. Coming together again. Good, good. What if I have him use a bomb? What if I don't have him use a bomb? Okay, what if I move him over here? Does Melza need to be... Melza doesn't really need to be healed? Okay. I don't think Melza needs to be healed. I'm just gonna... Well, okay, no, she was in the range anyways. Okay, so that's good. Then you're weakened, so... I kinda wanna get her further away from this guy. Kinda wanna... Can I move her over here? I don't think she can move over there. Okay. Drone on... I'm not close enough to use the drone if I'm there, though. Okay. Drone on that guy. My golem. Put my golem over there and he'll be in the range of the bomb, but that's okay. He can take one hit. There we go. Alright. Must leave for class soon. Have a good day at school, Pills. Have a good day at school. Study hard. I will be here and I will be CORRUing. Play this game on previous streams. Yeah, it's been a while since the last time I played this game. It's been like 6 months. I just want to like catch up. I don't know. I was just thinking like, I want some variety in the games that I've been. I feel like I've been playing like a lot of like long games recently. It's not that this isn't a long game, but it's also like not a game that I've played in a while. I just kind of wanted to mix things up this weekend. Started playing CORRU again. I also need to get through it. Better to get through it 6 months after the last time I picked it up rather than an entire year. It's already been 6 months. It's been some. When was the last time I picked this up? Actually, it was a while ago. Can I check real quick? Let me like go to... Okay, wait, playlist. Let me go into the CORRU playlist. And then... It says stream 6 months ago, yeah. It's been a whole 6 months since my last CORRUing. Alright, I do that with a lot of games though. I do that with a lot of games, so I'm finishing this one. That's already really good progress. Is there any finishing this one? This game is still in development. This game is still being updated. It's a browser game and it's still being updated. Story's not over. Eventually it'll be finished. Okay, wait. I think we can count up to date as finished. At least until the next time it updates. Let's just keep going. Last of these solidified threats have been dispersed. Each one fell, the space has grown more familiar. Still distorted, but changes fell. Who is this guy at the bottom? Who is this? As if we are waking from a dream. We take this instant to recover. I do not understand. They are formless, but can be touched and destroyed. They hurt, but leave no mark beyond melted flesh. Everything we fought, it is all gone, leaving no carcass. Beyond that, Gaku's grounds mind still seems to work against them. It cannot be CORRU, can they? These questions must wait for one entity remains. Oh, I do have to fight you after all. Okay, I see. Malformed and impossible to distinguish, like a haze in the air. before I can make any motion to attack. The now restored door to the core chamber comes a great shockwave. And at once we are pushed away, nearly swept off our feet. Unexpectedly, I land near Tozik, who's been resting its pod this whole time. What's happening? Are we... got legs? Is this a person? Am I awake? I want to help him, but... my attention is drawn back to the last presence. Cannot lose focus. Whatever happened seems to have given it a solid form, fully manifested. Still, I can barely make it out. Is that... the Koa? Bathed in the same light as our incorporeal foes. There's no time to make sense of this. Whatever wields her form does so out of malice. Stay at range, attack in unison. Wait for my impulse. Our inner chatter slowly falls to silence, the others listening for my direction. The Koa, or whatever wields her image. She watches us, moving warily, like a cautious surface runner observing a predator. Though she stands before the only discernible door, there's no measure of hostility shown. She's not trying to block our way, merely assess us. Out of precaution, we keep our distance for now. There's some intelligence here. Look at that movement. Even her receptors. Really looks just like the Koa, right? It's curious. Receptor movements are subtle, difficult for a parasite to mimic. In this figure, I see a sort of pensive remorse. Does she persist within? I must at least try. Even Zuzukri are capable of some reason. The Koa, what holds you? Does any part of you remain? Her attention fixes upon me and spots dance across my vision. It's like her attention is physical. Some sort of contact. The Okadoya focuses upon me, maybe all of us. No, not focused on us, but around us, carrying thoughts. It reverberates against our minds, barely intersecting with them. Unable to truly connect. I expect to have to retaliate against an attack, but she remains afar. This is a true attempt to communicate something. Peace. Oh wait, there's words in here. I come before peace. Sensation of voices grasp at words in my mind. Trying to fit them together. Almost can make something out. Some vague meaning. Regret, or kindness. Maybe grief. But beneath it all is a destabilizing pain. My vision blurs until I can shake these tendrils from my mind's eye. Cannot understand it, truly. Think I must not. Could this feeling itself be a sign of some parasite biting into my flesh? Ghost still does not move, gesturing in welcome towards the door. She wants to see what she has done. Perhaps she wants us to enter, to accept our deaths. Is she stupid? I will repay this insult. All this slaughter is you are doing. Speak clearly or I will tear you apart. Bosco must have come to a similar conclusion, for he speaks with rage. Something with reason clearly lingers within this shape, or is taken aback by his words. These are not mindless husks we face now. They cannot be more than parasites. No foe would ever abide this tragedy. In his anger, the Okadoya grew silent. The Koa's receptors convey a sort of frustration, maybe. Always difficult to tell with Jet from afar. Pause is heavy, all of us frozen in fear. Frozen in uncertainty. Not dyslexic, I swear I'm not dyslexic. It speaks again, not in words but visions, memory. Who stands too far. Sharp limb pierces through my chest. Collapse into the rising spire blood. Here. Again. My mind recoils as it passes, already slipping from memory. memory of death, perhaps? A threat? Bosco lacks my confusion. Shocked. Frozen. You? How? Bo's attention shifts from Bosco to our golem. Another vision comes. Stronger, louder, clearer. She's become something more. She's using our trauma against us. Lay upon the ascension catafalques, gazing up into Gathelzi's eye. The jet hands me a mind core connector and then one to my Tiri. Sense fear in our entangled receptors, and I laugh. Embracing this is a strange idea, but we know there is nothing to be afraid of. So I say, Tiri, don't be so nervous. I'm here with you, and we'll begin anew together. Again. I physically shake the vision away, reflexively gripping my head. Attempting to speak with this entity is pointless. The entity. The babble of disjointed memory fragments. Like a social parasite throwing out what it sees in hopes of fooling us. Cool, if you have any sense at all. You the core. Oh, I thought that was their memories, I guess not. A dull pulse flares through the room, blinding me briefly. It's the golem! Ready, it hovers aggressively towards our foe. It's a stop! Suzuki! Suzuki! Attack! Destroy this thing! Violent parasitic surface fauna. The cordyceps. The shared sense of righteous vengeance is almost overpowering. Before any of us can parse the situation, the golem is already upon Vikoa. The gauntlet swinging and glowing, preparing for another destructive dull pulse. Vikoa is unharmed in the first blast. What would a second do? Itzel! We must be rational! No! No more of this! You will notice no different from our home! An infestation! A mimicry! Immediately, one close enough, Vikoa seizes the charging gauntlet, then the other, almost without effort. And at once, both are torn away. Thrown aside, exploding violently against the walls. His claws part the impenetrable chassis of the golem effortlessly, leaving an irreparable split that sends it to the ground with a heavy thud. Such is its weight that the head, no longer sustained, crushes its connector as it strikes the ground. Carrick scuttles away, having escaped the viscera, retreating into the opposite hall out of wild fear. Itzel is held in Vikoa's claw. No. Help! Help me! It's strained from Gaku through our connection. But I cannot do anything to Vikoa. My grounds minder is not working. Not like the others. There's something there, but it is... I don't know. I cannot grasp it. If I throw a bomb now, I might just hit Itzel. Then it falls to direct force. Bosco, fall close behind me, quickly. Granted this deny, Meltza. My approach is like moving through a hopeless nightmare, Bosco not far behind. While I nearly reach them, as if preempting our attack, Vikoa turns to face me and Bosco. Yukadoya suddenly screams in my mind through all my senses, tearing my focus away from reality. Away from the time stopper where I cannot hear the panic of my friends. Away from anything at all, any sensation. At once commanding collapse of my cool body. Together. By the time my limbs respond again, I still live. It's too late. So is melt in Vikoa's claws, joining with the light. Shrieking fades into an overjoyed laughter, distorting metallically. Before I feel their voice join the same senseless Okadoya, there's nothing left. Slowly, I stand. But, to strike directly, does not ensure the same fate? Was she not entirely unaffected by our greatest weapon? Others must have come to the same conclusion, for they linger at a distance. What is her weakness? Oh, no openings. Oh. Bosco helps me up, similarly recover it, but does not move closer. While the couple lowers her claws, becoming unmoving, expectant, like before. She is near, too close, yet she does not strike us. Her eye passes from me, scans over the remaining survivors. The chamber hangs in heavy silence. Finally, I feel the connection of the time stopper come into focus again. My mind recovered, limbs now frozen with my own fear. Lacazette, respond! I'm fine. Do not approach. Lacazette, Bosco, get back, please. How is she doing this? She turns her gaze upon me, and like before, I sense no hostility. I cannot bring myself to move. She effortlessly destroyed our most powerful weapon, a key in our plan. She could clearly kill us with even less effort. But she does not. Is this an attempt to lower our defenses? What defenses? What can we even do? In the outline of the CORRU's receptors, I see an outward bend, a deep sadness. Something about it strikes my heart, stirring a memory. Rosesh, weeping for our father, playing a mind core in his final moments. What do you want? From this close, I can see the subtlest change in her warped receptors. Her sadness becomes conflicted, tense, as her gaze passes over us. It's running through her mind. Do you want to do this, or are you made to do this against your will? Whose mind is it? That's what I'm saying. Who would surely never act with such malice? Resigned to some decision, she casts her eye into me in a sharp motion. The chamber closes into itself, space warping in a way my eyes fail to grasp. Feels as if we have each been struck by a sweeping limb, sending us away into a chaotic fall into the noise and color beyond the walls. And then we tumble out of a warp door into remains of a hall. Everyone seems to have landed with me, even Tozik. Karek is already here at the far end, pacing in a strange darkness that resembles physical reality. They are here, and this must be the former entry hall to the dull mind. It's quiet, strangely so. Expecting an attack, we send and gather near Karek quickly. The other end still twists maddeningly. I can hardly believe we came from that. So we stand, ready to fight. Long enough that it becomes clear. The Koa is not following us. Why? Whatever the reason, we have a moment of peace to plan again, maybe. No plan comes to me. No one speaks. Still, no foe pursues us. The imperceptible tendrils of the ceremony writhe impatiently, just out of reach. What do we do? Can we do? I can't believe it. Dude, I keep going over what you just ran through. There's basically no incoherence here. This is real. This happened. Role-playing shit was always over my head, but this is something else. Sorry, keep going. Get everything you can. Just let me know if you want to talk about anything. Extensive interaction approaching. Interact with proceed marker 2 advance. Okay. Extensive interaction. Ooh, okay, we can act on everybody. Do I act on Lacazette now? Not yet, okay. Or maybe I missed it. I want to talk to Kavik first. Oh wait, I can't talk to Kavik. Tozik has nothing to say. Milza has nothing to say. Karek has nothing to say. Bosco has nothing to say, okay. So just Gaku then. No, just her cloak. I can't go back from... Absolutely not, she says. Is this a door? Cannot go back from whence I came. I'm not sure how to open this. Extensive interaction. But there's nothing to interact with here. Wonderful reading, thankies. I'm glad you like my reading. I should save my game and heal. Okay, and then we should go forward and proceed. Finding every door to be inactive or warped, trapped in this dead end. Convene near the inoperable dome mined entrance. From it pools black spire blood, implying collapse within. Obscures luminescent floor pigmentation, leaving us with sparse ambient light. We lit only by the window and the horrific dull light of the overlap. Bosco watches over the path behind us. While Toza can start to stand, still looking ill, he raises a claw to say that he is fine. Vic still moves to examine him, but then freezes in shock, checking his own connector frantically. The first to speak, sharing what we all began to realize. The time stopper! It's not responding! Grips his connector, removing it from his receptor and replacing it. A few others try it too. Is anyone still connected? Cannot have been destroyed, who would have felt it? Nothing. But it stopped after we fled. I'd hoped it was just a flicker. Our one remaining advantage. Gone. Could Vico have noticed our use of it? Somehow diverted focus from the ceremony to seize it? Must assume it to be lost then. What do we still have? Those creatures will be upon us eventually. Team turns over their tools. We still hold a variety of items and weapons. Bosco and I both have decent capability and also has good reaction times. Without a wealth of independent combat experience between all of us, we'll stand little chance. Oh man, no strength in numbers. Not to mention the impossible nature of our foe. The goal is unstoppable, untouchable. The foes that preceded her were formed from the air itself, illusions. Like specters left upon the stage by those she has claimed. But did she really want to hurt us? No, that's a stupid question. She obviously does. Why else would she have killed Itzel? But she let us live. Itzel killed as a statement? Itzel's a sacrifice? Or maybe Itzel had too much, Itzel had too much aggression in their heart. Itzel had too much, animosity against the Koa. Everybody else was more neutral. Like a self-preservatory kind of, impulse, maybe? I was right there. Correct too. And yet she chose to send us here and not give chase. Dark corner where she holds a clear advantage. Does not make any sense. Whatever the truth may be, the result is clear enough. She, or her likeness, is still an enemy that must be dealt with. Start to consider our options with the rest of our team in silence. All at once, the guilt of what had happened falls upon me again. If this place is to be our graves, if we are to be usurped by parasites, they must at least know what has dragged them down into this pit with me. Truth. My friends. Their attention snaps to me as if expecting me to spout another spirited plan. Their hopes fading are plain to see as they process my tone and see my tightly twisted receptors. I must tell you something. Before, when we discovered the spike in this call, a few gazes later, a self-delivered message found my quarters. It was a threat. May truly ensure I did not speak. Why me, I do not know. Just recall how strangely I acted. I had to find who it was, or if anyone else had received something like it. If any of it was real. I was the only recipient, as far as I could see. So I crept into the materials segment and fetched an archived design. Converter, between our thoughts and the metal for the cousins technology. I had it constructed. I shared it with my bright contact, and it worked. So I continued a branch of our work in secret. Most looked upon me with confused worry, surely baffled at the relevance of this. But Gaku's receptors stand with shock. I bring claw over my eyes as I continue, the weight of my words difficult enough to carry. I thought I could trust our cousin's word that they would help me. And they did. We found the exact origin point of the call, but I told them not to go until I had completed my preparations. That's right, no, I remember now. Once we destroyed the Dolzika, I was able to get in touch with my envoy. He said, just before all this started, without consulting me or even him and his team, someone in his hierarchy used our findings. They sent something to the Origin. Then, surely not by coincidence, this disaster began. This attack, all of this. My actions must have been the spark. How many deaths now must find root in my claws? As if I were the carrier that brought this infestation home. That is why you were so scared. Except why did you not let me help? I was right there! After the message and knowing I was alone, all looked like saboteurs to me. Like anyone I shared this with could split their face into teeth. Split their face into teeth? Feel a hidden true nature, parasitic implication. I see. Horrifying. Once you knew, and it was clear that you were not one of them, I could only keep you away to ensure your safety. But now I know. This cannot be the group of doing of any group, any saboteur. No Obus could do this. It's unconscionable. It's begun all of us somehow. It must be. Bosco lingers between us and the way we came, turned away. Milcha's receptors are like fists, her head finding support in her claws. Kavik sits against the inner wall, uncertain. But Gakfu, she paces, her eyes and receptors conveying some deep, troubled thought. Some weight of her own, not unlike mine. Did she get a message too? At last, she stops. What was the threat you received? It wormed at some vague conflict. By a two-sided storm that swirled around the embassy. That the cause or origin was already truly known, despite our research continuing for some reason. And that they kill for their secrets. Shared only enough to ensure my trust could never find grasp again. Every word darkens her gaze. They broke the veil. I'll focus upon her through Milta's attention is most striking. For the first time since we arrived, she seems truly present. Once we spoke about that cyst, you acted so strangely. Like a progress, your absences and detachment. You started becoming like me. That makes sense now. She pauses, choosing to find support against the ground's mindry chamber window. Gaze cast down to the sludge of the broken door. Whatever she is about to do is difficult for her, too. This was not your fault, Akazet. Whoever left that message wanted to protect you, I'm sure. There's more happening than you know. You're to die down here, then... Why not tear away the rest of the veil they've tarnished? She pauses, forming a cynical, mischievous twist in her receptors. No whole conflict, will you, Milta? Let us speak plainly. An unexpected shift of focus to Milta, terrified, but... realization is playing her receptors like a weight has been lifted from them. There's an urgency in her voice, countering some implicit accusation. Spilling forth a stone in a collapsing cave. What? No, listen, Gakfu, everyone. You must know this was never part of any plan. None that I knew, none that I would support. Relax, I know. We may be opposed, but it's clear that we are not foes here. Your terror was another dummy that this was not simply a part of some greater plan. This is bloodshed far beyond even your madness. Milta is quieted, sat against the wall in a nervous ball. Milta's playing her receptors, she averts our gazes. Gakfu. After all this time, has she been a part of this conflict? How confidently she speaks. Can only remain silent. Die knowing the truth will be enough. It's hard to find a place to begin. Especially what time we may have. But the message was truthful, Akazet. There is something in the ocean here. It's often called meteorite. If only to avoid evoking its true nature in communications. All evidence points to it being a CORRU-cystic entity, as you probably expect. It's so much more than that. Just called an entity does not encompass all it could be. You see, when we first arrived, a critical piece of evidence was found and hidden. Embedded deep in this bright ocean's floor were long-dead veins of CORRU. Never got to see them myself, but I accessed some recorded experiences, and their enormity was truly chilling. They've been here before, not them as in these guys specifically, but them as in their peoples. Not senseless growth either. An examination showed fossilized organ structures, clearly part of something greater, broken off by drift in the stone. Yes, the meteorite has been dormant here for a very, very long... The Earth is one giant CORRU. And we have, like, awakened in it. It's like changing them into something different and horrible. Is that it? How long and where its true nature, true center lies now. These things are beyond us. However, enough is known that we are certain. Whatever it is, wherever it is, must be the source of the call. It must be larger than any corusistic life we have ever known. So Tozik's theory was right then. Call. It really is raw thought. But what could it possibly be trying to communicate? Kathu gives a negative twist of her receptors. Her eyes are close to this as well. That is why our research still mattered. Having sharp minds upon it, unbiased by these facts, was deemed beneficial. Even if it was an eventual induction for those involved. Such a shame, too. Would have been an easy way in. But there's a leading theory. Suppose that the call is one begging for help. That wherever this broken entity is, it is starving, alone. Crying out on a timescale well beyond our comprehension. Somehow knowing we are here to find it. Sorry to interrupt, but I do not understand. Why would this be worth killing over? This is hardly a secret. I have even heard this theory on the collective. Not that it's so large, but still, that is some stranded, starving CORRU. Gaku chuckles coldly and she gestures towards Milza. His discomfort has only grown in all this. Milza, what do you know? Well, her congregation, leaders, and council members among them have latched onto the idea that the meteorite is some great mind, sleeping or wounded or otherwise incapacitated, and that we are somehow its inheritors. That if we can heal it, return it to health, it will oblige us, and join our minds into something infinitely more powerful than any one, forever advancing beyond death together. A friend. One that must be protected from bad actors until it is ready. So theories may circulate, but they would never afford a truth runner to live. Truth runner? Partial translation, okay. Gaku pauses and also does not object. She scoffs before bitterly continuing. What an intoxicating dream. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. Is that why all this is happening? The meteorite or its call were to seize our minds. If it finds us, our devices. If it ever really sees us. Gaze shifts to the warped end of the hall, fading into the overlap. Then to Tozik, and the wounds we are still tending. Well, here we are. This attack, the seizing of the core, the embassy. It's only a demonstration of what may come. To it, we must be specks of misplaced flesh, lost and wandering. Naivety to think that a creature so far beyond us be kind enough to let us continue as we are. No, it will seize everything, our bodies, our minds, our constructs. Sure to discard whatever may lie within to feed itself. To say nothing of what may come against the Bright Cousins and our larval kin. Velzy will have no more actors for its stage. It must be destroyed. The incense receptors, Milza rises to her feet. You are blind! Why would it call out so specifically for us if it did not know what we truly were? And think of what this means. Our symbiosis, to be able to extract our minds as we do. We are born from it, meant for it. We have to be! Which is why... This is all so wrong. Do you think I'm inviting debate. Gaku laughs, wrecked with stress. We are minuscule Co, alone at the bottom of a collapsing spire. There's no point in arguing, for the end is here before us, grasping at us through the dull plane. Just down the hall, Miltza. What must be the meteorite's hideous mind is wielding the images of our fallen. Wearing Viko's face as the Zuzukri would. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking either A, this cannot continue. Something bad's happening. Viko was trying to save everybody, but like, I'm not really leaning towards that. I'm leaning more towards, you know, the rapture cometh. Look now upon the fruits of the council's hubris and despair. Perhaps we should have just embraced it and be done with it all. That way we at least know who it was, yes? Of course, we should wait and see where this contrivance takes us. The meteorite is so kind, it will surely be a paradise. Full of little helpers to free us from the sludge we will be buried under. Her jabs are enough to draw me out from my shock. Bitter sarcasm is a poor mask for her fear. Gakfu. This is not over. We have options. Before I can continue, Tozak speaks with some strain. Voice carries a strange, quiet static it did not have before. This explains the public record. Perhaps it was altered right after the spike we noticed. This veil... for this veil. And what does this really mean? About us, you know? Where we come from, and how it got here? Miltza and Yakbu will express exhaustion in stance and receptor, briefly meeting gazes. All that is known and unknown is too vast to cover in the time we have. Be killed by Vikoa, consumed by her contrivance. Before you come to understand even a sliver. Besides, what does it matter? Goes right about one thing. Either be dead and gone soon, or we will find ourselves within the mind of the meteorite. All that might entail. Nakazet. The second veil exists, or existed, for a reason. Cannot let you think that you are truly to blame here. Fault for this madness lies with the one who threatened you. But even then, the storm was only growing as the call went on. Vowsy would have let it spill forth in the consequence one way or another. Should feel relief, but like the others, I do not even know what to say. The nature of a tear to forgive like this, after all. Comfort is hollow, as is Gakfu's. Can I accept this? We drown the blood of our friends. No, this tragedy would not have happened without me. This is fascinating. But how long have we been talking? As I pulled from my dream, my spiral of despair slows enough that I may look around. I should like go forward like two blocks at a time so that I have like the context of the next block so that I don't like read one and then like it ends up being like the wrong tone for the next one. Let me do that actually, okay. Contrivance is not formed, nor have any foes found us. Hasn't that been long enough? Why did the tendrils of the ceremony still wait for us? Vikoa, is her breath of attack not instantaneous? Is she not fatal to even touch? Is she not fatal to even touch? Does she just not care to pursue us? No sign of entry. They have not touched the door. Wait, communications are silent too. There's no disruption, even with the overlap right next to us. Raku turns to face the blinding absence beyond the window. Yes, it's... I was so preoccupied I did not notice how quiet it has become. How is that possible? Is it Vikoa's doing? Her focus shifting, maybe? Kavik suddenly perks up, shuffling towards the sludge door. He feels at it, even placing his head against it to focus his hearing. Oh wow, wow. It is not her, it is a silence! From Tozak and Gakfu, even Karek, rising from their corner, I see the first sign of hope. They stand in preparation as if Kavik has just formed a new plan. What do you mean? Silence? I should have known! Dull minds have always used silent spires, but they are so rarely used. That explains why the dull mind was gone! The time stopper. Exit. Silences are artificial shapes within the dual plane. Designed to be isolated from outlet connection, you can think of them like, bubbles. Or cages. They must be entered physically, you see. And they always must be maintained with active constructs. I see. So, there may be other survivors sheltering here. All eyes turn towards the broken door. Sparkler that oozes from it is surely a facade, or maybe the result of a rough barricade. So, without another word, we sit upon it. Bosco is slow to move from his post, but his strength will serve well in prying open a path. Must be someone. Extensive interaction continues. Interact with proceed marker to advance. You got all that, right? Yeah. Jesus, dude. We can talk about it later, but I made sure to mark that part in my logs. This is getting nuclear. Keep going. Alright. Does anybody... Oh. You must go now. Have a very CORRU-cystic... I will have a very, very CORRU-cystic stream. Have a good day at school, Pills. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Study hard. Oh, no. Probably won't make it through, that far today, but the next round of interviews can make calls with Akazit again, which will need... Oh, okay, and the next round of interviews is when we do third-person Aki. Okay, thank you. Have a good one! See you! Well, that's good having been... Should I turn her shirt off? I don't like it. I like it better when her shirt is, like, moving around like that. Looks better, I think. Notes over there. Nothing to say. Okay. Save and proceed then. Save and heal. And then proceed. Man. This is a long chapter. I thought I had like half of it done like last time, but I guess not. This is long. After some headway is made, and with a great crash, the doors are forced open. We are greeted with a comforting darkness granted by sludge obscuring the floor. Sludge obscuring the floor lights. Door's damage was an illusion. Furniture had been piled against it and sludged, appearing like a collapse to the outside. Perhaps the trick for closed golems, should any have remained. The wall is raised, some operational feature of the dull mind. New party members? Do we get new friends? Survivors, survive. Please tell me there's actually somebody in here. Please don't just be more enemies to fight. The chamber lies behind a light at the central gap, giving off a constant hum. So we slowly enter the clearing, wary of any more incorporeal foes. Hello? Just as I spoke, a Quo, a once Judd, clearly intact and alive, leaps out of the gap. A friend! Pointing a crumbling, flickering disabler at us. So worn. Can't tell if there's even just a single use left. But our appearance disarms her, for she must have expected hostile golems. Oh! Hi! How did you get here? A friend. At last. Relief overtakes me. But just as I move to respond, she speaks up again. Well, we should not speak in this hall. Come, this way. She lazily recedes into the walled section, oddly unconcerned by her ruined barricade. We exchange glances, hopeful if confused, and scurry through after her. Though this place appears warped at first, it is merely a projection. Some impression of the dull beyond imprinted upon the walls and floor. At the opposite end are piles of golem corpses and containers, dissected and cast aside, clearly having their organs and critical components removed. Much haphazard work is done here, and recently. The intact device that remains is a narrow obelisk in the center of the chamber, and the strange pod entrances that loom over us. No. Welcome, welcome. Sorry I did not hear you sooner. Are any of you hurt? Here, take these. She fishes through the containers, returning with some restoratives and spur. Tozik, still unsteady, takes them with an appreciative nod of his receptors. Quickly moving to adjust our wounds and feed our limbs. She seems interested in this, in his wounded state, immediately taking notice, that something ails him. Yeah, I have a jut, I suppose. A jut. Engineer. Thanks. We have plenty. It is no bother. Besides, it's obvious to anyone that you need them far more. She dismissively waves the receptor, backing away, sit atop the containers. I am Idril. How'd you all get here? This judge, she speaks so strangely. Like she's just awoken from a great sleep. Such sluggish movements. How has she survived so long? Well... We seized the move, friend, and descended to stop the attack. Oh, thought we would simply need to seize the core to stop all of this. We did not anticipate a ceremony, and now we are not sure what to do. Fighters! I've only been here earlier. No. This fight will not be won with force anymore. There's no despair in her voice, more like wistfulness. Is inspired by the same lack of concern that initially unsettled me. Has she been self-modifying? Is this a response to the tragedy? Ignorant, Kavik excitedly waves around her work. You took out these golems yourself? And these containers! Such a wealth! Dull bones, white echo cores, some chaining connectors. What are you making? Oh yeah, silencing spires. You see, me and the others, we had this big plan. We were going to enclose the grounds mighty core in a silence, then retake it. And we actually did make a lot of them. We even had half of our team go up into the spine, placing them in the archives overhead. But once the ceremony truly started, well... It grew too large, too fast to feasibly contain. Our spires are probably only slowing it down now. Hey, what's your name? We are only alive now because of you, then. Well, thank you. I feel like I've seen you before. I am Kavik, Call Research Technician. Although I did work on the LivePod project for a time. Well met, my friend. Welcome to the Dull Line. Yes, that must be where I saw you. I often checked in with my side here, from my side here. She gestures towards the entry overhead with a flourish. But enough of this pointless chatter. She's too quick to deviate in this line of crisis. In this time of crisis. Ichiro, you say we, others, but where are they? Oh, right. Well, it's been me and some other quo. Some from here, some descenders from above. We all want to retake the core and stop the attack. But, yeah, our plan failed. The spying team disappeared, and most of us died. Now it's just me and Avel. She's out looking for another way to stop this, or maybe escape. I do not really know. She shrugs, listless. Me, I have just been watching. What is visible of the ceremony from my Dolima pod is very pretty. Like a parasite bulb blooming out from a dead beast. Curling around the framework of the embassy's dull connections. You can take a look with it if you want. It's still open. Just not the third one. In fact, you probably should not touch that one at all. Did catch my eye before, being the only sledged pod. How strange that she is so wary of it. Then I looked at Milza, who grows concerned over its contents. Where I feel she might step in, offering some guiding compassion. Gogfu speaks in place, carrying a less friendly suspicion. Replacing silencing spires. Then you must have known that the ceremony was going to happen. How'd you figure that out? Well, I was using my Dolima pod when the attack started, and I had the silencing spire active and the safety walls up. I was focusing on fixing a troublesome stray organ. So I guess I did not notice for a while. Not until other ghouls started to shelter in here and tell me what was happening. And then I finally looked outside the silence. I could see the core prying the dull plane, preparing to open a gate. Which immediately revealed a problem. The core does not usually have a gate-capable organ. And from what the others told me, every resource was starting to get pulled down here. Okay, so that's why. Those two facts are enough to know the core is being used in a very, very bad way. So I just started doing my job. That is what the point of the dull mind is, after all, to deal with dull issues. Or was... The silencing spires would have just started to... would have been a start to containing it if we were just a little faster. So... you gave up. Is there no way to stop this? Oh, sure there is. The core has been siphoning resources from every connection it has. Mainly the spine and the heart, which is why the spire is suffering. We just have to separate the core from its resources. Probably with bombs, which we have material for, right here. Our silencing spires use a great deal of unstable components from local golems. Then Vikola, if she has any sense at all, which I'm not sure of anymore, honestly. She should stop the ceremony or risk starving the core to death, because she needs it to do whatever she's doing. What's the point of all of that if we have to break the spine connection, you know? Without the spine, we can't do structure-wide instruction, even if we seize the core. So, the spire is going to collapse on all of us anyway. Maybe it's best we let the contrivance form and whisk us away. The embassy will still collapse on itself afterwards, but who knows where it'll go? Maybe it's nice, and maybe we'll even live. Oh, but wait. If you have a move, friend, maybe we should get out of here instead. She speaks as if the decision were no more than a plan for the next meal, and waits my response with the most idle curiosity in the tilt of her receptors. Both of our plans in ruins. Is there really no option? Truly sounds like we can only flee. I see, so we can't stop it. I don't know. No, Vikola still has some sort of reason in there. Would she stop or would she keep going? She is obviously working like in service of the meteorite. But would she stop or would she keep going? Hold on, welcome in. Claret has not officially lost all effectiveness at higher doses. 10 doses steroids to your last shot. Good luck, good luck. I hope your rash goes away. I really do, Dawn. Hi as well. It's good to see you. Hi as well. Let me keep going here. Trust my team, the sentiment is so low, everyone is of like mind. But I cannot let this rest. I must find a way to at least help anyone still alive. There's no way to tell you to get back first. Yes, she has been so worried ever since our plans fell through. Once she finds your move, friend, she'll probably come to get me too. Or maybe she just leaves without me. I do not think she likes me very much. We modified it to listen to only us. That will not happen. Crick's silence is finally broken. Their voice swells with even more hope. Tell you? She lives! I guess that's my Vel friend, the one I told you about! She worked in materials. That's a long way to descend. Imagine how much she must have fought through without a time stopper. That is Tell you, alright. Some spirit returns to Correct, standing taller. As tall as a minecorn might, at least. She's somewhere around here. Oh, what? A time stopper. That's what those connectors are? Wow, you're so lucky. I only ever got to use it once. Anyway, that gives me an idea. If do not want to stop, if you do not want to just flee, and you really, really want to stop this, the bombs are not such a bad idea. How does that make a difference? Spine connection will still be broken, yes. Right, but the time stopper is pretty powerful. It's maybe the 3rd or 4th grandest system in the Spire? Something like that. And as you know, it even comes with robust dual connections. So, whoever enters the core after we take it back, they could use the core's strength and authority to reform it into a big relay? Something that can claw around the dual to find and connect to the spine. Then it would serve as a very loud, angry, and distant vertebra. Obviously that's not ideal, and really not something that should be done ever. But we're past that now, right? This is insane. Digital? How difficult is that? Is it something we can do quickly? What I'm really asking, is it actually feasible? Oh sure, the core comes with all sorts of natural impulses and knowledge. Between that and the time stopper's strength, anyone could do it pretty fast. Not be as strong as of connections, so you would not get very fine control. But it might be enough. If the core chooses to keep the ceremony going at risk of starving the core, then we run for the move friend and try to get out. Cause that'd be it. Immediately I turn to the others. Out of everyone, Tozik stands out, steadying himself against the container, distracted. Notices my gaze, dips his receptors affirmatively. Sane as it might be, makes sense, even allowing for an escape plan. Everyone else is similarly stirred by the possibility. Even Bosco, whose receptors plainly curve with hope again, for the first time. Now their only chance, even with the risk. Yes, we will do it. Okay. Kavik, come help me link these together. We need to make some pretty strong explosives. We should have them form little silences around themselves until they detonate. The dual planes, small silences are impossible to notice from the outside. But they should totally slip the ground's mind's eye. Oh, yes! Perfect! Let us do that! And then we can also put one of each of these in containers so that they are more disguised. Oh, yes! Smart! Yes! Oh, one issue with the structure. If we detonate the spine and heart, will this not totally collapse their chambers? It sure will! That is why we'll have a little detonation cyst to remotely activate them. No, I mean, what if... Kavik, do not worry. The ground's mindery segment is built out of a rigid pale CORRU shell. And within it, each chamber is totally isolated. Safety precaution. Standard for vertical spires. Chambers will collapse, but all it will do is block our paths. Spine and heart are adjacent, so we will have a path no matter what. Alright! Kavik follows Idril's lead, leading over the containers to pick out components. The Idril begins to connect access, Kavik pushes containers closer. It will not take long to repair, so ready yourselves. Spine is just down the next corridor. Put a bomb there, do the same in the heart. Then circle around and detonate from the lesser mind. Yes. It will probably be safest there, since it's opposite to our targets. Let's see. Alright. Path is clear enough. We are aligned, Idril. Time stopper is not responding. We are entering the silence may have broken our connection. Oh, no, it is fine. It's not work like that. Direct connections are more like tethers. We are still connected, since we entered the silence on this side. Think of it like the tethers are bunched up on the outside of the silence. And they will spring back to us as soon as we leave. It'll be a little unpleasant. Oh, what fortune. I see. I think. Thank you, Kavik. I love Kavik. With all these revelations, all of this planning, we have barely checked in with Tozik. He truly does not look well. His cool body so strangely warped in the slightest way. Hard to place, but enough to notice. He's not spoken of it at all. nor of what he saw upon connection. Something is eating at him, both physically and mentally. Is he sick now? Is it inside of his head now? Oh, I don't like it. Even though Idris has set to work with Kavik, I must ask. Idris, did any of your team try to use the lesser mind? She pauses, Kavik at first picking up the slack, but soon noticing her apprehension. Yes. 2, no. 3 of the others we lost tried to use them. She slowly returns to her process, merging some cysts together. Turning her gaze to me only through a sidelong glance from the corner of her eye. That is what happened to your jet friend, right? Sorry. I was waiting for a good time to bring it up. We called it the contact affliction. Still not really sure what actually causes it, but anyone who tried to connect to the core directly got it. They start to feel strange, like a larval illness. Organs start to fuse, then they entered a dreamlike state. One of them felt better for a little while, and even seemed stronger. But then, well, they start speaking madness, and oh no, we're gonna lose him. We did not let anyone get past that point. She grows quiet again, turning up towards the third pod, then me, then Tozik, speaking to him directly. Listen. Once it starts to get bad, you should disconnect from the time stopper. Just in case, okay? If you can find a spare mind core somewhere, maybe try doing an emergency renewal. But, we did not. Across our team, a new dread grips all of us. Tozik! There is at least some peace in knowing final death would be quick before. Tozik is least deserving of this. How could we have been so careless? For all that talk of infection, too. This deathly state of ours has made us too sure of our own resilience. Only slowly dips his receptors in response. Perhaps if we act quickly enough, we may find some help for him after our success. Gaklu approaches him, speaking quietly. Reassurances, I'm certain. Despite the sun Ruka looming over us, our new path shines ahead. No equivalent eternal meaning, no relevant inherited contacts. Romanization successful, alright. Zanruka. After all, it would have been unlike Dwelzy to merely crush our hopes. All we need to do. Let's go out, fight, place these explosives, and retake the core. I hope this is not another cruel feint. Proceed to advance. Alright, let us prepare. Let us prepare. Everybody's got something to say this time around. A little I can go to bed, start the stories this morning. No worries, no worries. Please feel well soon. Please feel well soon. I wish upon you, yeah, health and wellness soon, hopefully. Happy lurking too. I'm just glad to have you here. Alright. Who should I talk to first? Talk to Tozer. How's he taking this? You're gonna die, my man. There's nothing I can do to help you. Oh man, he's gonna die. Tozik and Gaklu linger near the operational shield. By their stances in the aftermath of some quiet and grim conversation. Perhaps this is not the best time, but I must check in. Friends! Tozik? I hope he holds you. Hello, Akazet. Just speaking of our interim groundsmind. Plan for recovery, should this new approach work. What of it? Is there a best course you have decided? The silence that follows is sharp enough to carve a mural. What is the issue? It's not just a matter of structural knowledge anymore. Time Stopper will need to be reshaped, the groundsmind will need to learn the core quickly. Drill downplays the complexity involved. Needs to be done is advanced engineering that none of us are readily equipped for. Baku is good with instruction, but her expertise would be better served on foot. We can hold the collapse for long enough. We will need her to help with areas that Groundsbinder can no longer reach. You saw those spine outages. Your Kvik would crumble under this pressure. It's never done well with it. Hydrol has a sparse connection to reality. Everyone else is not even close to acceptable level of corusistic engineering knowledge. The only choice, the only real choice, is me, Akazet. And now I have, somehow, contracted the only quo illness in history, which apparently tears down its victims to pure madness within weeks. I look to Gakbu for anything else, some other light to look to. Only get a resigned twist from her receptors. Then... do not flee. I'm dead either way, you know this. No guarantee of a cure, especially in whatever madness may persist outside. I will not die a coward. Funny as it may seem, it is the same for me. We live with what I have done and shared with you all. Will certainly be killed for my traitorous actions. So, if my death is as certain, why not risk it all? Velzy and I'll be on the stage with will plot this ridiculous plan. Doubly so if it actually works. If we are the ones to do it, then it will. Both of you, everyone with us. There's no other assembly I would trust with this task. We must hurry. Alright, stay ready to move. No, 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 not Tozak has big ol' eyes. No, no. He's grown on me. He's cute in a way. No. Oh man, no. I don't see him living. I see him being another sacrifice in all this. No. Alright. Milza and Karik linger near the Dolima pods. Some quiet, somber chatter between them. As I approach, they both really glance at me in acknowledgement, but Karik continues in a small voice. Felt like we were getting somewhere. I am no Tiri, right? I never had to help someone deal with it. Especially not a direct mental connection. But I'm no stranger to it either. My father fought with the same separation trauma after my mother passed. Me, my sisters and brothers, it was like we became invisible to him. He told me once that it was like the world was fading around him. An eye torn from his head. And he passed with an eyes quiet, not ill, just unable to continue. So yes, I'm fine, and I know it was not my fault. It just feels unfair. Really, the only way it shakes out to being fair. If you're right about all this. Crick pauses, and while it is a natural place for Milza to speak, she's hesitant, picking words very carefully, more than she might have normally. Because I've approached? Think no less of her. Show this plainly to her in the loose shape of my receptors. She's still no enemy. Maybe that is what she needed to continue. It's what I want to believe, correct? Whether it's in there or somewhere else beyond Velzy's stage, in the end our lives and deaths are only dreams. Whatever it is that makes us up, it returns to the same place when we wake. Surely to dream again in time. There is silence, an end to what must have been Milza's check-in with Karek. It's good that she did. She's been the true navigator of Itzel's situation. Her attention turns to me, and I dip my receptors in greeting. Forgive my intrusion. We'll need to move again soon, so... I wanted to see if either of you needed help. Well, a new body would do. None of the golems here are suitable. They have all been thoroughly gutted. They feel... useless. Nonsense. Even without a body, your structural knowledge has proven to be vital. Perhaps even more than your fighting ability. Not that is lacking. But if you stay and coordinate with Idril, this new plan will be unstoppable. Ah! You have a point. Idril seems clever, but I can tell by her voice. She's sleepwalking. Like she cannot tell the air from the walls. Not that it's any easier for me in these warp spaces. But if I help ration the explosives that remain, so that each explosive is just strong enough. Take out the spine, the heart, ideally only half of the lesser mind, that we might pass through it again. Yes, I suppose my knowledge will be well placed here. Ha! Akazet, you are quite skilled at finding the light between the Velk stalks. If only to cope with this situation. Thank you. And Milsa, are you prepared to continue with our plan? Without any doubt, Akazet. It's true that I dream of peaceful joining with the meteorite, but this is not how it should be. Agreed. Agreed. The last two. Okay, where's Bosco? Alright, you two next. Heyo! Kavik and Idra have organized some of the dead containers nearby, operating upon an open one. Nearby, piles of organized cysts lie on the ground. Fabric is almost wordless as dual-colored cysts are placed within and connected to one another. In my observation, I lingered near enough to gain their attention, not halt their efforts. Hi, Akazet. Was there something you needed? Only got a lot to say. How's this happening? Idra, given your experience, perhaps you know. How is it that the Corps is able to do this? Surely it was never equipped to get act as a catalyst for a ceremony. No, of course not. But at the same time, it always was, just not intentionally. Really, it needs us with enough mental strength capable of weaving with the Dole, with a little modification. Of course, the Corps likely need a few new organs and a particular formulation of fur to begin with. But with its reshaping ability and the bodies and golems that got dragged to the core chamber, that must have been trivial. So, the only thing it would have been missing, were the ceremony sacrifices, a wealth of resources, which also were actually around it all along. The spine and knowledge pool running below our feet. The dense organs here in the pale CORRU shell and the rich spire blood they help to carry. It would have been absurd to think anyone could actually, would actually do this, but the tools were always within plain reach of the ground's mind. If they were murderous enough. Did you and your team try to attack this core directly? Force her out somehow? Well, the option did come up, but then we saw that every golem and cool body was gathering within. It was smart to stop it from the outside. Maybe if we had the time stopper, it would have been possible. Oh well. Okay, I see. Our foes? Midja. Have you been attacked here? Do you know anything of our foes? Oh, well, they've not really been out of here, so... I know the others broke the core chamber door. And then did some little tricks with the barricade to fake a collapse. And even severed nerve connections in particular that, spots I had no knowledge of. Very clever. Tell you came up with the idea. But no golems have gotten through. Especially not since most of the ones outside the core were slain and brought here for our plan. Golems? Idra, there are no golems out there. Not even bodies. No, I speak of the dull creatures. I struggle to place the words to describe them. Creatures. Illusions? Specters. Even though it's so recent, it feels as though the events are fading from my memory. Well, it wasn't recent for me. Memories of the duel are so often hard to recall, and this overlap is no exception. You see, it's good that I've not played this game in 6 months. It's good that I'd like put games down and like don't pick them back up for a very, very long time. Because like then like a time skip or something like that happens in game and like the characters talk about events like they happened like super ridiculously long ago. And if I were playing the game normally, for me this would have happened like 10 minutes ago, but I'm not playing the game normally. I'm putting it down for like 6 months and then picking it back up again. So like... out of virtue of that, I get to experience what the game characters are experiencing as well. It adds to the immersion. We were in the lesser mind, and something, a wave, passed over us from the core. The chamber twisted without breaking, changing into different shapes. And then they came through, these shapes of dull light. Appearing like Quo or Gollum, I think. They were hazy, inaccurate. We struck them, they fell, it disappeared as if they were never here. More formed effortlessly, till Vakoa cast us aside. Adriel pauses her work to stare at me absently, like confusion forms in her receptors. I would have expected complete bewilderment. Maybe this is sounding familiar to her. Kavik, maybe you can articulate it better. You know more of this subject. The whole plane is beyond my grasp. Sorry, Akazet, I really don't have a better description either. You really have not seen anything strange, Idril. Idril leans against the container, gaze long drawn away in thought. There's a pause before she returns to us. Well... While observing the ceremony from my pod, I did see the last pulse. You see, the ceremony, it's really just a big CORRU-assisted construct, one that exists mostly within the dual plane. And it grows and pulses, each expansion allowing tendrils to establish it further. It's part of how contrivances are formed, but usually it all happens too quick to observe like this. The wave you saw was definitely the overlap expanding, which is normal. And... Whoa. My dog just went at me. And they're both staring at me for some reason. What happened? What happened? What happened? I don't know what happened. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. And the distortion of the chamber really sounds like Yutzi's displacement. Rarely observed phenomenon overlaps where anchoring tendrils, displace physical space. Really is more of a pulling than a displacement, if the theory is right. But I will spare you all the specifics. It would have to be the ceremony was specifically consciously grasping the chamber you were in. Like, grabbing a... There was protective membrane, but without breaking it. Kavik has paused his work, fascinated. Seems this phenomenon is new to him as well, despite his past work with the doll. But known phenomena aside, there was something really strange. Tendrils from the ceremony that would normally be structuring themselves outward, acting like anchors for its growth. They acted aberrantly, curving around the overlap into the ground's minor segment as a whole. Deviating from the ceremony, folding back into it, making... Sorry. It's hard to describe the plane in so few words. To put it simply, I thought it was the result of some sort of incoherence. As in, parts of the ceremony falling apart. But it sounds like Vakoa was actually diverting focus from the ceremony intentionally to make your creatures. Using the ceremony's limbs to form shapes within the doll, somehow giving them intelligent direction. And then stepping them back through the overlap into our side. Just enough to become physical. From your description, I think their presence may still have served as anchors in the widening of the ceremony, maybe incidentally. That is completely crazy though. That's such accurate control. I cannot even imagine the focus required. To have the tendrils animate like intelligent creatures. I mean, Akazet, that's just never been done. Yes, totally unprecedented. Wow. I kind of want to see it myself now. It's better if I stay back. Be sure to keep a record of your sight for me. Doggo. Stop that nonsense. Head pat me. Mocha is staring at me. Mochi has taken up residence upon my pillow and he's snoring away. Oh, he doesn't have a care in the world. Look at him. He's got like them little short corgi limbs that are all like kind of like flapping around all up in the sky because he likes to sleep on his back for some reason. He's like a person, he likes to sleep on his back. It's like his little corgi legs are always like flopping around up in the air whenever he sleeps. Mocha's on the move. Mocha. Mocha, come here. Come here. Oh, she's taking my other pillow. My dogs have claimed both pillows. They've claimed, but where am I going to sleep now? There is the little space in between them that would be just big enough if there was a third dog in this house, but there's not. There's the dog bed. I'm not gonna sleep on the dog bed. There's also the actual bed. I could sleep on the actual bed. Yes, that's an option. I don't want to sleep on the actual bed. I want to sleep next to the dogs. I want to sleep with the puppies. I'll worry about it when bedtime comes. Vikoa. Did Vikoa ever hint at this? Ever do anything suspicious? I'm gonna take a sip of something real quick. Hold on. My throat's getting a little bit hooked. I always do so much reading with these CORRU streams. Ooh, so much reading. How could I phrase this to someone who surely knows nothing of the conflict? Has she ever expressed a desire to awaken an ancient entity buried deep in the bright ocean? Has she ever seemed a little bit, I don't know, to be, into a conspiracy? Into, I don't know, cultish beliefs? Did she ever strike you as a type? We did not really talk much. Imagine the coldest Ekavik you know, and then make them so distant that they are always just barely out of sight. That is Vikoa. Always here, always operating and watching, and very good at it, but so very detached from everyone, even down here. She works so hard, so constantly, rarely ever leaving the core. Workaholic, she was on that grind set. It's like she thought she was alone in her work, sustaining everyone above her by her efforts alone. She pauses to lean into the container, connecting some system in the dark of its corners. You might think I dislike her because I say that, but that is what made her a very good groundsmine, actually. Very fast. Very confident decision-making, usually for the best. In fact, if it were not for the senseless violence the others told me about, I would think she has a very good reason to be trying to make a ceremony. And who would do it better? Nobody! Wait, you never saw what was happening outside here? No, not physically. When I have not been helping building the things the others brought me, I've been back in the Dolima pod, watching. It all seems so far away in there. Golem sigils. These columns. I gestured to the golem components that lie around dissected and bare. When you got them, did they have a groundsmind control sigil? The question draws Kavik's attention. Perk of realization in his receptors. He must have had the same question, but forgot to ask. In those we fought, we observed that they had one. Something like a spiral, an indistinct spinning mass. But apparently they had these even after Upper Grounds Mindry was seized, according to the terminals here. They were already dead when the others brought them in. Oh, but there was one. She pulls herself from the container, untangling her claws from connective veins to point at a nearby pile. Yeah! This one was incapacitated but still active when they brought it in. I think the silence cut her off, since the sigil vanished shortly after, and while I cut organs from it for use in the other silent spires, I did notice it was very strange inside. Very strange. Quite a lot I could not use, all melted together. Still, control sigils, you know, they're just for accountability. Not have a signature when you are controlling a golem, it will induce an identifier, like a name or some impression gathered from your mind. Really is a rare fallback, nothing relied upon. I do not think I ever had seen it used before. Velzy alone knows what they saw. Ugh. She sets back to work without another thought. Kefik and I briefly exchange glances out of worry, but there's nothing more to say. Let me go back over. Galima pods. Coffee pods. Friendly, welcome in! What are we observing? Today we are observing a browser game called CORRU.OBSERVER. What is this game about? Oh wait, I never gave my from the beginning, like, kind of like a summary to you guys though. That's right, again, I need to do that again. Well basically we are, not quite FBI agent, sort of like third party contracted by the FBI to like mind dive into like these alien computers, sort of like Sword Art Online style, and like poke through them in order to like find out like the truth of what happened in some event like long not too long ago, like forgot how long it was exactly. Like what was it, like 100 120 something like that years ago, where it's like a bunch of like alien ambassadors like came to Earth because like they picked up on like some sort of signal coming from our planet and they wanted to figure out what it was, and they were here for a while. They set up a giant tower, and then one day it all just sort of like came crashing down, and that's it. And so we have picked up the mind computer of one of the alien ambassadors. Her name is Akazed, and we are poking around in her memories trying to figure out what happened to everybody all that time ago. Yes. So yeah, welcome in. Observing my CORRU. Observing Akazed's CORRU. If you guys could get a CORRU implanted in your brains, would you do it? I don't know how I'd feel about walking around with a cell phone implanted in my brain constantly. I like the idea that like they're able to have like CORRUs like either like inside of their brains or outside of their brains. I think I would go with, I like having my cell phone. I don't know, maybe it's just because of like personal experience. Maybe if I like grew up in their society it would have been different, but I like being able to hold my cell phone in my hand and like, you know, be able to put it down and like not have it like constantly like with me. I just like that. I don't think I would get a CORRU in my brain. Sounds like one heck of a wild adventure. It's one heck. You don't even know. It's one. This game is one heck of a wild adventure. This has me doing all sorts of stuff. You want this game's genre, beyond the fact that it is like an alien sci-fi type story, I can't tell you much beyond that. We were playing like a tactics type mode a little while ago. There was like the roguelike mode I was playing last time. There was that kind of like boat chase segment last time too. There was those Undertale segments I was playing initially. There's this visual novel segments that we're playing through right now. Do you remember the horror segment too, where I was being like, where was it? Like in the boat somewhere? I was going through like those corridors and like I was being chased by the ghosts. And I had to like lure some of them out to like get into like certain like corridors to progress through there. I never made it to the end of that. I don't want to go back in there. It's scary. Scary. Anyway. Anything you can imagine is here in CORRU. Alright, keep going. What exactly do these pods allow you to do? Can we use them to stop any part of this? I gesture to the angled pod entrance overhead. Oh, The Delima pods work similarly to remote coordination pods, if you are familiar. They have a paired maintenance drone within the dual plane, and when you connect. Naturally, physical senses do not apply within the dual plane. So it substitutes physical senses for approximations of dual perception. Just a few, and they are imperfect, but enough to relocate and operate upon dual structures. That is, if they are rotated correctly and properly acknowledging their own point of origin. Oh, and are you familiar with the concept of self-imposed proximal location? One of Dul's Closive's classic standards. Of course, I do not know the specifics, but this time I do not care. Just going far too distracted from the point here. As of time, we're not running out. Vivek seems to understand my frustration before I even say anything. pauses, giving a little fold of his receptors as if to urge her onward. Quietly requesting her help with their bomb. Oh, right. Yes, so to simplify, the ceremony is probably not operating under any correct procedure. So, it would actually be very difficult to locate anything vital within the drone. That aside, the silence is active, so if I took the drone out of its equivalent radius, it would disconnect until the silence turned off. Then we would probably be attacked. So, no actually. The pods will not help us here. I see. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. It's kind of like It Takes Two or Split Fiction that has a bunch of different genres mashed together. Not a bunch of different genres mashed together. It's more like it's a whole bunch of different like gameplay styles that all like come together and like in service of like telling the one overarching, one common story. I think if you like a lot of like variety in a game, or if you like projects with like really like a lot of like lore to like delve into, like if you're like really into like Lord of the Rings, where you can like get super like into the worlds, like get into like the stories of like and like the cultures of like the different peoples on the worlds, and like get into like different classifications of like where people stand like socially, and like a language too. These guys got their own language. That we're getting like little glimpses of here and there, because like we're supposed to be like working through like some sort of like instant translation layer within our like observation tools over here as well. I like it. Just a lot here. Cell phone is its own separate from the mind, where I just both from the body, which isn't cool. Bit complicated though to imagine, yeah. I remember Milza had her like cell phone like separate from her body. Akazet's is like within her head. Those are the only two I remember. I don't remember what anyone else does. Is that the island whose mind you're in? No, this is... What was her name again? We just met her. Itzel, that's right. This is Itzel. We just met her. She's a different alien. She's an engineer. This is Kavik. Presumably he is... I say quote-unquote R. We are currently within the mind computer of Akazat. Akazatesh is her name, whose memories we are going through right now. She is one of the main council members. Embassy council members, as is Kavik over here too. I like him. I think Kavik's cute. He's so excited about everything. I said this before, he gives me like big-time Aster vibes. That also makes me a little bit worried for him, but like... I'm sure he'll be fine. Until something happens to Tozek, I think Kavik is safe. They wouldn't like knock out like multiple like council members at the same time, would they? They wouldn't do that, would they? Yeah. Yeah, because they're the one whose memories we're in. She's the one first person in. The ones we see on screen, it's our Kavik. Yes. I can go over everybody in the room too. That's like a little refresher too after we're done with all this here. Oh, Aki, Kavik, and Bosco have internal personal assists. Milza, Tozik, and Gaku have external ones. Oh, okay, thank you. Body type reminds you a bit of Rayman with the limbs on it. That's kind of Rayman, isn't it? Rayman! Okay, last one here. Kavik knew the ceremony. Kavik! How did you realize it was a dull ceremony so quickly? Oh, it was the distortion on the swarm displays. There's this unmistakable pattern that forms whenever CORRU tries to represent the dual plane. It's pale, usually with flickering black stripes. I saw it often during my work on the Life Pod project. It is a result of attempting to dual map light to a physical sense here. Similar to incoherence actually, which is why I did not realize it right away. But as I looked over the displays, it formed in my mind as a possible cause, and reinforced by the distortion being in the same place. Especially with the addition of that segment map Tozek was clawing at. And the Windows display too. The realization that it was a ceremony was like felt stomping on my head. Shared reaction, my friend. If you had not come to that realization, we may have split up as planned, and... well, so fortunate to have you here. Kavik chuckles bashfully, returning to work upon the explosive. Thank you, Akazed. Okay, so that's everything these two have to tell us. So yes, Itzel, Kavik, Miltsa, Karik, Tozik, he's dying, Gakfu, and then Bosco is nowhere to be seen. I have no idea where he is. But he's not in this room, but around somewhere, presumably. Connects to entwined maintenance drone within dull plane. Suspends physical senses in favor of approximations to dull perception. Yes. Do not touch number 3. Okay. Continue. Ah, there he is. There's Bosco. Bosco! I think after we talk to Bosco, I'm probably gonna save. I've been doing a lot of I always do a lot of talking with these CORRU streams. So I think after this would be a good time to save and like rest my throat, get some sleep. Yeah. Bosco stands here in the outer hall watching over the entrance. Perhaps it's an excuse to avoid conversation. Normally it would be someone like him. I've always been the one who brings forth conversation for its own sake. Enough to befriend Tozik, long viewed as a great achievement. His gaze has made him unrecognizable. It's not that he changed. It was some part of him long detached, buried, covered by this tragedy. Forming the whole of his person unseen before, perhaps not by anyone since he left Obeski. He's still our Bosco, but weighed down with a grief that has never been processed. Let's not let it carry him out of reach. So, only try to be here for him. Bosco. We'll be moving before long. What's on your mind? It is this door. Gestures towards the core chamber door. Grand construction. It shines with hardened spire blood, surely part of the sabotage to make this area appear lost. Or, at least, to make the heavy doors unable to move. The Koa, or what wields her, is not stupid. She must know we are here. That Idril is within. And it was she who sent us here. She could take any number of actions to crush us immediately. To collapse something just beyond this one, just upon this one chamber. With absolutely no consequence to whatever she's doing in there. Why would she not? You've seen the carnage above us. I have been searching for a reason. There's been no reason before. Why would there be one now? Why did we ever think that death would free us from our larval problems? Perhaps all this bloodshed was stupid chance. As much as it was back home. A single spore landing in the right place on a wall to kill everyone. Have us tear each other apart. So many eyes of progress. So many eyes of happiness. To have my gauntlets around the necks of monsters formed from the flesh of my friends. Till the bitter end, the final memory of us will be lifeless sludge polluting the cousin's waters. Just as his voice nearly rises with despair, he comes to a stop. Grasping his face with one of his gauntlets, away from me. It's not about the door, not about Vikoa. Akazet, it feels like I'm awake again. All our work, those good times of recreation, were not real. Never were. Everything between the fall of my home to parasites and now was just a dream. A dream that was quickly fading from memory, having no place here. If only now, when the violence has returned, anything is real again. And if we escape, it will only be a distraction. What Gakfu revealed is clear enough. This will all come for us again, forever. That twisted repetition we can never stop. Oh, Bosco, he's so traumatized. I don't know what to say. The burden he shoulders is far beyond anything I know. To handle this sort of violent sadness is well beyond my expertise. But I do know, when a runner spirals into despair, there's one thing that can help ground them. So I approach him, delicately channeling the humors of a tear as best as I can, pull him into an embrace. He is silent, unreciprocal, but Tension his receptor stance is lessened. They only relent and speak after a blink of peace. Bosco, it is this place that is not real. A nightmare, interruption. And it is almost over. This is going to work. Does not respond. I know you die. I know Akazet dies. Oh no. We get through this together. I'm sitting here, I'm watching tragedy unfold. I'm gonna save my game. Okay, wait. I'm gonna save my game and then I'm gonna... well... Bye. If I proceed now, I feel like I might get stuck in another hour of reading. My throat... might hurt just a little bit. So I feel like maybe I should not do that. Okay, so maybe this will be all the progress that we make for today. I feel like I didn't make very much progress today. Sorry that I didn't make too much progress today, but yeah, lots of reading today. A lot of like a lot of the other embassy segments that we played through so far were very like gameplay heavy. We had like those 3 like kind of like tactics battles, and that was about it. And then like it was all visual novel from there on out. Yeah. I don't know, should I go poke around the rest of the... Save this, save and heal, and then like maybe poke around like the rest. Oh, Moth has some like... Our buddy Moth has something to say to us. Okay, maybe check in on Moth. Real quick. So these are the ones that knows this is memory. None of them are like conscious that this is a memory. At least they should not be conscious that this is a memory. There's problems if they're conscious that this is a memory. So this is all just like recollections of like things that the actual events that happened to them in the tower, in the embassy before everything like went to like the chaos and destruction and horribleness. So yeah, none of them are really like aware of like all of this just being like recollections right now. Yeah, lots of Mara noises tonight. I'm making lots of noises tonight. I enjoy reading things out loud to you guys. I have trouble sometimes. I've mentioned this to you guys before. Sometimes my brain, not sometimes, many times, my brain like gets ahead of like, I don't know why this happens. I feel like this happens like, it does happen when I'm just like speaking normally, but like I feel like this happens like a lot more when I'm like trying to like read things out loud. It's just like my brain will like work faster than my mouth can like output the words, and so like I start like stumbling over them a lot worse than I do like when I normally talk. Like just talking to you guys, just like going through my thoughts like this right now, it's just like the stuttering is not so bad, but then like I try to read the passage out loud to you guys. It's just like let me go back a little bit. It is fun though. I do like reading things out loud to you guys. You know what it makes me think of when I like read things out loud to you guys? It makes me think of like, it makes me remember like when I was a kid and like my dad would like read me like bedtime stories, like whatever, like fantasy story before bed. Like a chapter out of like what books did he read me when I was a kid? I remember my dad reading Harry Potter to me when I was a kid. What else did he read to me though? There are a lot of picture books involved. A lot of like those kind of like flavor of the year kind of like young adult fantasy kind of like novel kind of books. Anyway, yeah. Just reminds me of my childhood a little bit, reading out loud to you guys. Story time. It's just nice, I think. I read very well. I have a very relaxing voice. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you guys. Alright, shall we see what Moth has to say to us? Our buddy Moth, he is real. He is not part of the memory. He's like outside of like the CORRU computer. He's like actually like in us with the room that we're in. Us actually us. Like not our character, but like not Akazet, but like actually us. The person like diving into like The biological mind computer. Yeah. Moss is like in there, in the room, watching us work with us. He's our buddy. He's human. Alright. No monsters, no best conflict. This is what we've been looking for. The big guy's gonna go crazy when I turn this in. Moth is our buddy. He has also been writing not to the FBI, to the FBX about everything that we find inside of this computer too. About the grounds mindery. I have a question about this. This is us. That's us. Yeah? Tactical combat? This tactical combat thing is cool. Why wasn't it the default? I don't know. I kind of like the other. I kind of like the turn-based combat. I don't know. I think it's nice having variety. That's seriously what's on your mind right now. Dude, focus. Okay. I just think you did a good job with this one. Looks good. Did you do this one, Moth, or was this your buddy again? Infection. We'll go from last to first this time. Have you heard of anything like this infection? The contact affliction. Nope. And they've clearly done ceremonies to open contrivances before. They wouldn't be so surprised this was a known phenomenon related to that. Based on how their tech works, including quo bodies, has to be a thought, right? It's something that Tozik picked up in the pod. Like, think about the sailors. They work by forcing in the impulse to disassemble. And we're pretty sure they propagate across the target's entire system because the whole thing usually melts. If thoughts can work like that in CORRU says, like little viruses, maybe we're just seeing the end result of that vulnerability. Maybe. Ceremony? Do you know anything about the ceremony thing? Not really. Sorry, buddy. I think this is just the first good look at one we've gotten. At least, on the public record. Still, it's fascinating to me how brute force the process sounds. I mean, even the approximate meaning of ceremony being used as the structure's name. Not really something we call a scientific process. Lol. Anyway, I don't think this is even close to how they normally make one. On account of the freakish monsters. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Meteorite? What do you make of the meteorite? Technically, it isn't really new knowledge. Like, we already saw Akazet confirm it was CORRU cystic. Everyone expected that anyway. Which, you know, on its own is whatever. A weirdly spooky mystery that's been unsolved forever. But the fact that it's apparently so massive, it's been around so long that a drift in the stone rips some veins apart, like, how have we never noticed it? Do you think what is essentially a gargantuan metal deposit in the ocean would be easy to find, right? The ocean's only so... Well, our buddy Moth seems to know nothing about the deep ocean. Our buddy Moth seems to know nothing about the horrors lying within the deep sea. The ocean is only so big, he says. It should be easy to find, he says. Oh, Moth. Oh, Moth, so innocent and unknowing. Oh, Moth. Though that really, okay, you know what? Okay, I'll let this one slide. He's a tech guy. He's not a marine sciences guy. He's a tech guy. Though that is still really big. Aside from that, I really don't know what to think of the broader implications yet. Still not gonna sit here and ramble about potential connections. Our guy Moth, all he cares about is computers. He knows nothing about anything except for computers. Just to find more info on it. There's no way Akazet didn't learn more after this, you know? Especially with the connections her friends apparently had. Agreed. No more about space than we do the ocean. There's so much we don't know about the ocean, Moth. Moth, space is only so big. The ocean is only so big. Everything is only so big. The human brain is only so big. What's something else that's like still has like a lot that we don't know about? So many things. The fungi, the fungus kingdom of life is only so big. It's only so big. Lots of things in this world, I think, that are only so big that we do not know very much about at all. Have you noticed any incoherence at all? As crazy as it is, not really. Have you ever heard of like that, those like, that kind of like... It's like a prehistoric, like, additional kingdom of life that, like, scientists have found, like, fossilized evidence of. That's like, they're not quite animal, not quite fungi, not quite protist. Akin to, like, giant flesh pillars that used to grow all over the earth, and we only know that they exist because there's, like, what? Is it, like, fossilized remains, or is it just, like, there's some sort of, like, markers, like, left inside of, like, deep within the Earth's layers that, like... are cluing us into like some kind of like carbon marker that's like cluing us into like the fact that they existed. I forgot what it was exactly, but like I saw something about that recently. I thought it was cool. But I also don't remember the specific details. Haven't heard of that before, but it sounds interesting. It sounds interesting. I think like if I did not choose medicine, something that I would have chose to study instead. I don't know, fungi sound interesting. Honestly, I brought them up because, like, they are interesting. They're so varied, too. You have your mushrooms, you have your molds, you have your slime molds, you have your odd fungi that, like, strangely, like, resemble, like, other, like, kingdoms of life more closely than they do fungi. There's a fungi that, like, grows everywhere. It's very common. Pneumocystis, it can cause like some infections if you're like immunocompromised. It's very common. For the longest time, it was like misclassified as a bacteria because like that's what all the evidence pointed towards. But just very recently, I forgot like when specifically, but like I think like within like the 2000s, it was reclassified as a bacteria because like we finally got like more information on it. And it's just like, hey you! Oh no, reclassified as a fungi because we got more information on it. It's just like, hey you! You are not a bacteria after all! You're a fungi! And it's funny too, because it used to be named after one scientist dude, but like the other scientist dude that like figured out that like it was actually a fungus, he sort of just like shooed away the other dude's name and replaced it with his name instead when it got like reclassified as a fungus. Science wars. Deep sea marine science, I feel, is also fascinating. I love looking at really, really deep sea creatures. Freaky little guys. Magnapinna squid. Shellfish that lives for 500 years and then some. Coelacanth. Deep sea life. I don't know a whole lot about them, I just think they're fascinating to look at, but I would like to learn more about them. Science wars, science wars. You were wrong! So I will replace my name with yours. In the scientific name. I forgot what the old name was, but the current name is Pneumocystis eurovecchii. Yeah, and then Eurovecchia is the guy's name, the scientist's name. That figured out that, hey, this guy's actually fungus, but I don't know, maybe we'll figure out like even more classifications later. Maybe we'll discover something that like tells us that like Pneumocystis is like actually some sort of like strange like new classification of life, and then like somebody else can replace like Eurovecchia as like the guy that the person that the fungus is named, or that the Pneumocystis is named after. It could be one of you guys. Science wars, science wars. Yeah. Space would be interesting if there was like not so much math involved with like space exploration and like space like it's all math, it's all physics, and it's all like chemistry, which is just math. It's all math when you're like doing like space exploration and stuff. And it's not that I'm bad at math. I don't know. I just get worn out if I spend like a long time like crunching numbers. Something about it. It's just like, memorize all these formulas, sit around, crunch these numbers. I don't know. It just gets tiring for me. Like, I got good grades in math growing up, and it's just like, I want to do something else. I actually wasn't as good at like in my science kind of like hands-on like sciences that are like purely like mainly like hands-on kind of like sciences like biology, so I actually was never like as good at those as like more like math-based sciences. But it's just like, I don't know, they're always just more interesting to me because like they're more hands-on. It's just like, it's less like sitting around crunching numbers, sitting around like find the right temperature, find the right density, find the right acceleration, find the right velocity, find the right curvature of this lens. It feels like less math. It feels like more like logic based, and so like even if I'm like not as good at it, it always felt like a little bit more like interesting and like easier for me to stick with. That's like what I ended up going with career wise. Yeah. Used to be good at math, not the best, but you could do it. Yeah. It's like math is, you just need to like learn all of the right, at least as far as I got. I know there's a point where like it doesn't help you. Maybe I just didn't go far enough in math, but it's just like, I don't know, the kind of like memorize all these equations and just know where to use them for like the math that I was doing for like most of my school is just like, I don't want to memorize the equations. But yes, it ends up being unavoidable anyways. There's math everywhere. I gotta do math when I do my taxes. I gotta do math right now anyway for like the things that I'm doing right now. Math. Everywhere. Alright, keep going. Have you noticed any incoherence at all? As crazy as it is, not really. My machines are barely picking up on anything that matters. Aside from some occasional visual loss, this is probably the most intact memory we've seen yet. Even some of the more twisted stuff, which I think means this is a core memory. Like, something Akazet was trying really, really hard to make sure the sys would never mess up. And I get why. Yeah. Hostiles. What do you think is going on with these things? The hostiles. Not sure what to call them. Akazet said specters, or illusions. Call them monsters. Based on what Idril said, they're just a part of the ceremony. Which I'm still trying to wrap my head around, honestly. So, the ceremony is a thing in the dual plane. The overlap allows the two planes to interact directly. That makes the ceremony able to just push its limbs through. And the Koa makes them take advantage of the shape, the Koa makes them take the shape of golems and people she killed. But like, how aside, why even take a shape at all? There's too many variables here, dude. Assuming there's a rational explanation in the first place. We don't even know if that really was Vikoa in charge. Okay. Anything else on my mind? I have some questions. Let's hear them. I'll do my best. What is the dual plane? What do you know about the dual plane? Oh, dude, you are not ready for me to rant about the dole. You're not gonna be calling it the dole when I'm done. We'd be here all night. It's so frustrating how little we really know about it. But if I condense down what we know for certain, and this is all like stuff from interviews I've watched. There was an Ekavek engineer. Those I always have to like sit here and I have to like read their names in my head and then I have to say it out loud. Those Kovic Jut, something, who discovered that there are at least two states of like reality. What they call Velzy stage, this one, and what ended up being named the Dolskovic plane. Or just a Dol plane for short. Anyway, we don't know how the specifics of how he came to discover this, but hang on. I'm getting too into the history part, aren't I? I see that look you're giving me. Okay, to really, truly condense this. Let him speak, let him speak. Moth might not care about the deep sea, but he's such a, like, he's such... he's such a CORRU otaku. He's so into this. We actually know more about its history than any of its physical properties. This was one of those things about the obelisk that the obelisk weren't able to effectively share with us before it all broke down. Maybe they just didn't want to. They did tell us the organic life can't go through it without being annihilated. But CORRU can apparently survive it without major issues, with a little preparation. What else? There are lots of wild theories about what it actually is, like a parallel universe, another dimension, or something. But, in my opinion, that all gets an unrealistic movie should. It's probably not that simple. We just don't have the means to interact with it in any meaningful way to find out. And the obelisk aren't helping very much anymore. The only thing we know for certain is that physicists are very angry about it. So, I guess that's all of the useful insight I have for you here. Sorry, dude. Anything else is either classified, or over my head. Was there supposed to be an or there? Oh, waiting for us to assist. Alright. That's all. Anything else in your mind? I feel weird. I already did that one. What's our next move? Well, we just need to see everything we can in the last embassy memory and okay, got it. Okay. Alright. Well, after checking in with Moth, it's now after 2 in the morning, so yeah. I guess this is as good a place to end it. I feel like I've barely been streaming tonight. Probably because like we didn't make much progress, and also probably because like I started like over an hour later than I usually do when I'm like in my apartment, but like I'm back here at my parents' house due to my school break. So that is what that is. Yeah. We got some questions answered. We got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a few more mysteries going, and a few mysteries less. What do you think? What do you all think? Is Tozik going to survive? I don't know. I feel like I don't have much hope for him. He's not exactly on the same level of story importance as that guy's wife, yes. But like, I feel like CORRU is the type of story that would like... I don't know. I feel like before it was trying to like lure us in like a sense of security, and now like now is the time where it's going to start killing people off. Maybe Tozik won't be first, but I feel like now is definitely the point where like they definitely start killing main characters off. I feel like that. But yeah. I was getting a little bit worried about Gakfu at first because like she was the first one to hear like the signals coming out of the core room. The core room. Central core room? Central, I think that was the word for it. Central core room. Like I thought like something like similar to what's going on with Gaku now was like what might have been happening to her before, but like I guess not. And like I don't know, she knows a lot. And I don't know whether to say like that like gives her like any sort of like sense of like security in the story right now, or if that also like puts her in danger. Itsu just got here, so I want to think that she'll be safe for at least a little while. Bosco, I can see Bosco doing some sort of like heroic sacrifice to like make sure everybody lives. He's so traumatized. He's so traumatized about like his like hometown being overrun with like the cordyceps type mushroom and like having like kill all of his friends and family. Oh, Bosco. Oh, Bosco. I hope his suffering doesn't end in a horrible way. I want Kavik to live. They faked us out with Kavik's death once. I I feel like it would be too easy to fake us out with his death once and then like to try and like give us a sense of security and then like kill him off actually later. I feel like that'd be too easy, but also, no. I don't think that they do that. I think Kavik will be, I don't know. I want to say that Kavik might survive. We already know that Akazet's not going to survive. I've said that multiple times, but we already know that she's not coming out of this alive. Kazuki. We don't know where Kazuki is. We didn't get any answers about Kazuki. Maybe we'll find out more about where she is next time, too. Part of me wants to believe that, like, if not Kazuki, then at least, like, one other of them is just, like, disguised themselves as a human and is just, like, living along, like... living amongst, like... the people, like, laying low. Maybe all of them. I don't know. It, like... So, like, Akazet's CORRU is inside of her head, right there next to her mind cyst. And, like, the implication was that, like, you can't, like, take it out without, like, injuring, like, fatally injuring her, right? I think... I don't know, though. I feel like I'm not remembering this, like, clearly enough. I keep, like, coming back to the thought of, like, what if she actually did survive? And she's, like, walking among us right now. At, like, this very point in time, like, in present day, in the time that the story takes place. What if that was happening? Yeah. Just gotta keep moving forward, and I suppose all of our questions will be answered eventually. Eventually, somewhere down the line. If not now, then later. Actually, that reminds me, I haven't checked, like, the update blog in a while. Should I do that? Do you guys want to, like, see, like, the update vlog? And, like, there's no spoilers on it. Don't worry about that, by the way. There's no spoilers on it. Okay, where did I put that bookmark? I put the bookmark... somewhere. Where did I put that bookmark? I bookmarked it, but there's so many bookmarks on my computer. There's so many bookmarks on the computer. Oh no. What if I just like type this in like this? There's the wiki. There's the credits. There's... That is not what I wanted. Oh, okay, over here. Music, where's the... oh, okay, here. News. Oh, they got new merch, 13th of October, 2025. Yeah. I don't know. Oh wait, I should save my game. Like, actually, like, save. That's not how I save my game. I'll do that in a little bit. I'm not using Firefox for this right now. I opened, like, the game up in, like, Firefox earlier, and it was telling me that, like, apparently there's some sort of, like, bug in, like, Firefox at the moment that, like, messes up, like, some of the graphics in the game. So it's just, like, I'm actually, like, playing it in Chrome right now. But I don't know what my Chrome settings are, and I'm worried that I'm gonna, like, open this up to save it, and it's gonna, like, show on my screen. And you guys are gonna see my folders and stuff, and I don't want that, so I'll do that later. I'll save it later. Mocha said, Mocha doesn't want that either. So I'll, like, wait on that for now then. Okay. Yeah. I think I think this is a good place to call it for tonight. You know, you save so many bookmarks. So many bookmarks. Too many bookmarks. You know what happens? It's like, I'll make a folder to like try and organize my bookmarks, and like I'll put like things that are like related into that folder with like all these bookmarks, but then like eventually there will be like too many bookmarks. So like I'll make another folder, and it's just like I'll start filling that up with bookmarks too, and then all of a sudden there'll be too many bookmarks in there, and so like there's another folder, and like eventually I give up, and like sometimes bookmarks just like go like inside of the main like bookmarks toolbar and not in a folder, and like there's so many of those. It's like I have like a main music folder, and then there's like subfolders within like the music folder, because like there's like songs I like to listen to like regularly, and I don't like scrolling down too far within the music folder to find them. So like those are like, it'll be like music 1, it'll be like music, no, and then within the music folder there are a couple different like folders related to like different artists. I have like a Hololive folder, but like not all of the Hololive songs are in the Hololive folder. Some of them are just like out like within like the music folder. Some of them like are within like the music 2 folder within the music 1 folder, which is just like a whole bunch of like that was just me when like it takes too long to scroll down to the bottom of this folder. I need to like start putting things in like different folders. So I made like music 2 folder, there's music 3 folder. These are getting too full, so maybe soon I'll move on to like music 4 folder. I have like a computer folder with like too many bookmarks too. I used to have like a folder with like a whole bunch of like Twitter bookmarks, like a whole bunch of like, yeah, a whole bunch of like Twitter bookmarks, but ever since I stopped using Twitter, it's just like I was able to delete that, so that's no longer taking up space inside of my browser anymore. I have my other bookmarks folder. There's just my plain bookmarks toolbar. I have like a folder like full of like shop links and full of like VGen links and full of like proxy service links, and there's too many of them, so there's like a subfolder in there with like even more links to other stuff. In there. Oh yeah. I should clean some of these out. I don't even visit some... What do I need some of these for? What do I need some of these for? I have a couple of bookmarks, like royalty-free music channels in here. Flower meaning, symbolism of flowers, herbs, and more plants. From the Old Farmer's Almanac. I got floriography bookmarks in here. I got some bookmarks to like VTuber resource pages. I got bookmarks to like subreddits and Reddit threads. I got a bookmark to smartphone camera guide OBS, but now I have like a capture card, so I can just like connect like my actual camcorder to like my PC now if I wanted to. I just need to get like a tripod to put it on. I don't have anything to... I have the capture card, I have the camera, but I don't have anything to put the camera on. I need like a mount for the camera if I want to do hand cam stream. I gotta get rid of some of these. I got like shopping links for like computer parts that I've already bought from like when I was like planning out like my PC. I have a whole bunch of like bookmarks from like the small form factor PC subreddit from when I was planning out my PC and like researching parts for that. I can get rid of all those. I don't need those anymore. I already built a computer. I got a bookmark to a link randomizer, a list randomizer. I got a link to that performative purity test. You know, the one I was telling you about? Like, it asks you about like labubus and stuff like that, and then it gives you a score at the end to tell you how performative you are. What if I took that again, like, really quick? What if I took that again, just like really quick? I see how like I perform like now on this. See if I've changed at all within the span of like a couple of like months. Okay, wait. I might actually... We take the test with CORRU music in the background. Okay, I'll leave the CORRU up on screen. I'll just like talk you guys through it. At the top it says this is not a bucket list. What if I like, what if I want to, what if at least once in my life I want to wear sunglasses indoors? Okay, I'll just read it. The background is still Labubus. People finding Labubus inside of like thrift stores now. They're out of style. This list is like out of date. Ah, we continue. Okay. Do you use wired headphones even if you own AirPods? That is true. I do. I do. My headphones right now are what the headphones that I use in my PC are wired, but I also have like earpods and like not like AirPods, but just like sort of those general kind of like wireless earbuds. And then I also have like a pair of noise canceling headphones that are wireless. Do I own a tote bag? I do own a tote bag. Do you frequently carry a tote bag with a graphic or any arty print? I carry the tote bag with me when I go grocery shopping because my tote bag is one of the biggest bags that I own. All my other bags that I own are like those kind of like small, like kind of like fashion bags. It's not frequent. The next question is, do you carry a tote bag at least once a week? So that I think that's more accurate. Do I wear baggy jeans? I don't wear baggy jeans. They make me look small, so I don't wear baggy jeans. Do you wear jorts? I do wear jorts. Do you wear flannels or workwear over jackets? Not really, actually. Not really. Don't knock a good flannel. These guys don't knock a good flannel. Actually, like a good quality, actually made out of like nice thick materials flannel will take you far. I don't own any flannels though. Do you wear sunglasses indoors? I do not. Do you wear beanies indoors for style more than warmth? I don't wear hats. Do you drink matcha? I drink so much matcha. Have you ever put matcha into random foods? I have not. I stick to matcha in my drinks and I stick to matcha in baked goods. I've never done that thing where it's just like people are just like, yeah, matcha superfood, and I put like matcha like in the pasta or like matcha like in the soup or like matcha in like things that like you wouldn't normally put matcha in. I don't do that. Have you ever drunk matcha without actually liking the taste? No, you see, I actually do like matcha. Do you drink non-dairy milk without being lactose intolerant? I am lactose intolerant, so this does not apply to me. Do you make and share playlists? I make playlists, I don't share them. Every so often, it's like I'll get into a mood, I'll make a playlist for like an OC or something. I don't share them, I'm not checking it. Do you make Pinterest boards? I don't have a Pinterest account. I don't use Pinterest, actually. Do you have stickers on your laptop? My laptop is like one of those fabric kind of like Lenovo, just fabric top Lenovo laptops, so I can't really put stickers on it. I don't really put stickers on like my electronics though. Like I have some like stickers on like the borders of like my monitor right now, but she's like, that's about it. I don't think that counts. That's not my laptop. Do you keep a Polaroid in your phone case? I do not. Do you wear any fitness watches on Apple Watch? I got like a cheap kind of like count your steps watch. Do I have stickers on my water bottle? I don't. I don't. Do I put carabiners on my keys, water bottles, or bags? I don't do that either. Do you own or carry a Fujifilm Instax camera? I don't actually own a Fujifilm Instax camera. I don't actually own a Polaroid camera. Have you used retro or film camera apps to edit my photos? I might have. Do you use Polaroid photos as wall decor? I might. Do you own a vinyl record or CD player? Is this truly performative though? If it's like, if I grew up in the early 2000s and like those are just like things that I like kept since then, is this truly performative? If that's the case, I think this quiz might be made for someone younger than me. I'll check it anyway. Do I carry an iPod? Not my phone. Not really. I don't own an iPod anymore. I gave it away. Do you own a digicam? Digital camera? I guess so. But you guys know the circumstance. I didn't buy that myself. You guys know the circumstances. I got that as like hand-me-down from my dad because like he doesn't go ghost hunting anymore. Do you take photos with a digicam? Not just on my phone. No, it's a camcorder. Camcorder. I don't know. Does camcorder count as a digicam? Would you say camcorder counts as a digicam? Do you spend your weekends thrifting or at flea markets? I go around with my friends and like sometimes we go to like things like antique malls or like thrift stores and we'll like just like look at things and we'll like point at things and we'll go like Basically, it's like window shopping. We'll be like, look at that, that's really nice. Oh, I know exactly where I'd put that. That's really good, I really like that. And then we don't buy anything. This isn't a regular occurrence, though. I don't do that every weekend. I'm not checking that. Do you own a Labubu? I don't own a Labubu. Do you carry a Labubu? I don't own a Labubu. Do you own blue light glasses? Do you own blue light glasses? Do you own a Muji pen? I don't own a Muji pen. There's no Muji around me over here for me to. The only Mujis I think are in like in the United. I think there's a Muji like somewhere in like Bay Area. Otherwise, though, I don't think there's any Mujis in the United States. Do you own more than 3 Moleskine or Muji notebooks? All of my notebooks are either like notebooks that I have been gifted or like the cheap like kind of like spiral notebooks that you can just like get from the grocery store. I'm not fancy with it. Do you own more than 3 literary magazines or subscribe to the New Yorker? I do not. Do you own more than 1 ironic tote? It's not ironic for me though. I buy these things as souvenirs. I don't though. Ironic toad. I don't think I own anything like that. I have like kind of like reusable shopping bags that I've gotten as like kind of like employee appreciation goodies from previous jobs. That I've gotten like as bonuses from the grocery store and stuff. Do you own the Trader Joe's tote bag without shopping at Trader Joe's? I shop at Trader Joe's, I don't own a Trader Joe's tote bag. Do you own a matcha kit? I don't. I just spoon it into a cup and then I use a fork as a whisk. Do I own or wear Arc'teryx? No, I don't. Do you own or wear Patagonia? No, I don't. Do you have a spam account? No, I don't. I actually try to keep as few social media accounts as I can, actually. If I haven't used a social media account for a while, I just like delete it. I don't just like, whatever. Get rid of it. I don't feel comfortable having too many social media accounts just like floating around like out in the world without my knowledge. Letterboxd account? I don't. Do you have a Substack account? I don't. Do you have a pin collection? Those can badges of my Oshi count. I feel like that's not what they're talking about here, so I'm not gonna click that one. Do you like Instagram Reels solely so others see what you liked? No, I don't use Instagram. I don't like things performatively. Sometimes I'll do the good old like put the post in the bookmarks instead of the likes so that nobody can see it that I liked it. I do that sometimes. I get sensitive sometimes. Do you repost tweets a story? I don't use Twitter anymore. Do you have every pay for verification on Instagram or Twitter? Nope, never did. You post on Strava. I don't know what that is. You post your Strava activity on Instagram. I don't know what Strava is. You ever bought a film or disposable camera? I had a disposable camera when I went on vacation to Disneyland when I was like 10 years old. I don't think that's what they're talking about though, so I'm not gonna tick that one either. Do you know your MBTI? Yes, it's INTP. Have you pretended to be interested in pottery? I wasn't pretending. I don't think I'm actually gonna go out to a pottery studio and make some like pots and stuff though. I don't know. I think I would. If my friends were gonna invite me to like take like pottery lessons with them, I think I would do it. But like, just like, if you left me to my own devices, I would not go for the pottery myself. I don't know. Maybe I'll take it. Have you ever tried to learn how to knit or crochet? I actually have not. Have you ever tried to learn a language with no intention of using it? I don't think so. Do you have a Depop account? I don't have a Depop account. I pretend to know how to skateboard. I don't know how to skateboard. You ever try to learn rollerblading? It's similar to ice skating, so I actually do know how to rollerblade. Have you ever posted an Instagram note with a song? I don't use Instagram. I ever use an Instagram note? I don't use Instagram. Have you ever claimed to be taller than you really were? No. I wear this height with pride. I wear this height as a badge of honor. Have you ever soft launched a relationship by posting hints but not the person? I've never... I'm not gonna tick that one. Have you ever captioned a post with an obscure reference or inside joke? Have I ever? I might have. I think I might have done that one actually. Have you ever posted an ambiguous quote or lyric as an Instagram caption? I don't use Instagram, but I might have done that on like art posts on Twitter a couple times. Have you romanticized mundane tasks and posted about, like getting groceries and pretending you're the main character? Getting groceries and pretending you're the main character. I've never done that. I don't know. Doing mundane tasks, romanticize mundane. That's like slice of life anime, though. I don't know. I've never been like romantic posting on main, but it's just like, posted about it is the thing here. I don't post about things. I don't post about things. I like tell myself I should post about things. People would like to hear this if I posted about this, but then I don't post about. I get like cold feet. I don't post about the thing. I never post about things. I don't post about things, so I'm not gonna take that one. Have you posted a photo dump of random aesthetic shots? I might have. I posted a moody sunset photo with no caption. I don't think I have. I don't think I've ever done that. You posted about holding or cuddling a friend's dog or someone's baby to get likes. Never done that. I get too sensitive to do that. I would like take a picture of the dog and I'd be like, I should show people this. I should show people this. You guys would like to see this. And then I wouldn't post it. I was actually when I got home, I was like thinking like, oh, when I got home from my other break, I posted a picture of Mochi on my Blue Sky. I should like post a picture of Mocha too. I took a picture of her. I never posted it. I never post. It's like I take the picture and like I was just like, I'll post it later. I'll post it later. But then like a week passed and all of a sudden it's just like, oh well, it's too late to post this now. That doesn't get posted. Streaming is posting about things? Is like talking to you guys posting about things? I guess. It's posting about things in a sense. I'm putting it out on the internet. But it's not the same as just like making like a post on like Twitter or like Blue Sky or like whatever and being like, hey, look at these photos of this thing that I did. Isn't this oh so cool? Please like my post. It's just like, it's different. It's just like when you like post something, it's just like, it's like, I feel like, I don't know. It's more like show and tell when I post things with the intent that you guys see it, for me at least. And then like when I'm just like saying things on stream like this, it feels more just like I'm hanging out with you guys and we're having a conversation. And like in trying to keep the conversation going, I just say like, oh yeah, oh hey, by the way, here's a cool thing that happened recently. Just like how I would like with a friend, like hanging out with a friend IRL. It feels different to me. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's all in my head, but for some reason it's just like I get this feeling that like for some reason posting things is just like I feel like I got a spotlight on me, and it's just like I feel like I'm like holding like whatever thing I want to post like up in the air and like in front of like big stadium full of a bunch of people, even though that's not it. It makes me feel like that though. And I don't like it. Which is weird because you think like actually like talking directly to people like on live stream would like make me feel like that more, but it actually doesn't. I don't know. It just feels safer on a live stream, I think. I guess like also like the sense of like it's easier to like just like look at it like a post in like isolation. Meanwhile with like the live stream, it's just like you guys actually like have to like sit here and like watch and listen to me talk. And it's just like it's easier to get like a lot more like context in. I feel like when I'm just like sitting here like talking to you guys and like actually explain myself and not like have to make like a 10 post like Blue Sky thread in order to get my thoughts out properly. And then I'm looking at afterwards and it's just like I didn't word that right. I should go back and like redo that. And I'm sitting here like overthinking things horribly, and I have to like close out the app and like not look at it because like if I do, like I'm gonna delete everything. I don't know. out though. With the live stream, it's just like, I told you guys, like, I do review my live streams, and for some reason, they don't make me... When I do that, I don't die of cringe. Like I do when I'm, like, looking at, like, my social media posts. Even though, like, basically, like... It's the same thoughts. It's the same stuff coming out of the bunny brain, but it's just like, it just feels different. I don't know what it is. I don't like making like short form or long form posts on social media. I just don't like doing them. I don't know. If I try like making like actual like blog posts, maybe that would be a little bit better. Maybe just like, maybe it is just like the short form kind of like format that like does me in. Maybe I do need to make like standard like kind of like long form blog posts. Maybe I do better with that. Anyway, streaming's working out pretty well for me. Probably anxiety messing with me. It's absolutely just anxiety messing with me. It's not a big deal. It really isn't a big deal at all. But my brain turns it into one. If you ever see a blue sky post from me, it's because I've gotten a sudden welling of courage. If you see a blue sky post from me, it means that I've gotten a sudden welling of courage. That also means that I'm probably going to be avoiding the app for at least the next 12 hours. I will not be looking at it. In order to curb my anxiety. Oh, the post live. That's related to the live stream though. I've made like a habit of doing that too. I've mentioned this as well though. It's just like, I feel like when I like post, like when I make like a post, it feels like it comes out of nowhere. It's just like, it isn't something that I do regularly, so it like feels like I'm going out of my way to like put myself in front of people, and that like kind of like brings me a little bit of anxiety. It's just like with like the live streaming too, I've set like a pretty like, what's the word I'm looking for? A pretty like regular schedule for like when I do that and like the time that I do that. So it's just like, I feel like it's like a lot of you guys are like regulars now. I see you all a lot too, so I'm used to seeing you all guys. So it's just like, okay, now in my head it's like this sort of act. The first couple of times it was like, it caused me like great amounts of anxiety. The first time I live streamed, I remember I was actually like kind of like shaking. But like now it's just like, it's just like the thing that I do every weekend, sometimes more often, and then I come in here and I see all you guys, and sometimes I see new guys too, and it's fun. It's fun. It's the thing I do every weekend now, and it's like not that big a deal because like I feel like it's just something that I expect to do every like weekend, and I look forward to it actually. It's not a chore. I look forward to it. I have fun doing it. So it's like, it's good. But yeah. How did I start talking about this? Posting, because I was going through the quiz here, that's right. Understand, don't post much at all on social media because shyness and anxiety, plus want to avoid drama. Avoiding drama is another thing too. It's just like, it's so easy for people just to take like those short, like kind of like lacking context, limited number of characters, like short form blog posts like out of context and like twist it in some way too. So it's just like, it's probably not gonna happen. It's like a 90% chance that it's not gonna happen. But at the same time, it's just like, post some other time. Alright. Do I purposefully visit niche/local or third culture coffee shops? I don't know, I might. I might. You posted a story highlighting your favorite indie artist's new release. I never. Do you wear/own a quarter zip? Those are like those kind of like North Face, kind of like Patagonia, kind of like it's like they got the collar. It's like a fleece jacket, but it only like zippers up like part of the way, like those ones. It's that, right? I do own one of those. I wear it when it gets cold. It's like bright hot pink. I should have bought a different color, but I got this thing when I was in like I got this thing when I was in like I forgot when I was a teenager, and it still fits me. I wish Teenage Mar picked out like a more muted color. But no, it's like bright hot magenta pink. Have you ever posted an Instagram story of your workspace, or desk setup? No. Have you posted a close-up copy of foam and latte art? No. Have you ever posted about attending an art gallery openings or pop-up exhibitions? Pop-up exhibitions? Have you ever posted about pop-up exhibitions? I was posting about HoloFest. Maybe pop-up exhibitions. Have you ever posted a photo of a stack of books you plan to read? No. Shared a reading list. I don't have a reading. Oh, I guess I do have a reading list. Lots of these tics are about like posting on social media, but I don't really post on social media. I visit a bookstore just to take photos without buying anything. No. Every time I visit a bookstore, it's because my friends read books, and like whenever I hang out with them, we just sort of like end up like wandering around places, and like if there's a bookstore, it's just like, hey, let's go in the bookstore. I'm gonna go in the bookstore. But it's okay. Because usually there's some sort of like anime manga section in the bookstore. So I end up looking at like the stuff in the bookstore. I like it when you go in like the niche bookstores and they have some sort of like retro like anime corner. So it's just like you look and it's just like DVDs from like those actual like cardboard box DVDs from like the 90s and stuff like that. You see some of those. Just like obscure series and stuff like that that you wouldn't find in like the mainstream shops. I like when you find that. Just like, oh heck yeah, I want Bubblegum Crisis like box set DVD. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I want that. Have you ever journaled in public for the aesthetic? No. I've like taken like my tablet and I've like drawn outside before. That's because there was like a break at school and I didn't want to go all the way back to my apartment. Have you ever read in public? When I was at school... I don't think that counts though, being like a university student, like reading out like somewhere like outside on campus because like you have to write like a paper on the book you have to read. Does that count? Fine, I've read in public, okay. Have you ever read a Jane Austen novel? I don't think I actually ever have. Have you ever read The Creative Act, A Way of Being? I never have. Have you ever read or owned a copy of Atomic Habits? I never have. Have you ever read novels in coffee shops or public spaces? I know... A university is a public space. I don't know, maybe I'll check that one. Have you ever read a book while waiting in line? I never had. Do you listen to Claro? Not really. Do you listen to Levit? Yeah. Do you listen to Biba Doobie? Yeah. Do you listen to Lord? No, not really. Do you listen to Phoebe Bridgers? No. I said this before. I think like if they're gonna dunk on me for listening to these people, you gotta dunk on me for listening to Mitski too, but that's whatever. Should I like check one of these as like retaliation for like Mitski not being on this list? Is she too art house for these guys? She's a little bit too art house, a little bit too artsy fartsy even for the performative crowd. I click an extra one just for Mitski. Have you ever started listening to an artist because MPS? I don't know what MPS is. Have you ever made a Spotify playlist for a season or month? I don't actually use Spotify. Have you ever asked a girl about Love Island or Coraline? I've never have. Have you ever taken photos of your shoes or on textured surfaces? I might have. I might have. Have you ever pretended to understand a niche film or book to seem cultured? I don't know. I don't know. Have you ever claimed to be performative since before? I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't doing that earlier. I don't know. Do you know your moon sign? No, actually, I'm not into like tarot cards and stuff. Do you know a trait from your zodiac sign? I don't. I know my zodiac sign. I don't know a trait from my zodiac sign. Do you have a SoundCloud account to listen to niche unreleased music from popular artists? I don't... Actually, yes, I do. I don't use it anymore, though. I haven't used SoundCloud since high school. I've mentioned before, I use SoundCloud to listen to, like, indie Vocaloid producers. But I haven't used it since high school. Have you ever faked annotating a book? I've only ever annotated a book for school. Otherwise, I don't annotate books. Have you ever bought merch from a band you don't listen to? No. Do Do you say you're not performative? That's just who you are? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. These are some strange questions. I feel like this is probably a list that has to be like very updated like very regularly, and also has to be like presented to a very specific like age group that engages with a very specific culture. I don't know. I still feel like I might not be the target audience for this list here. I just wanna... 70. 70. Is that more or less than last time? I feel like I got in the 80s last time. Did my score increase? No. Does it like subtract from 100? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's the test. Alright, I think that's it for stream today. It was fun, it was fun. We will continue this, I don't know when next. Next week, I will say, I definitely want to get a little bit further in Zero Escape, so look forward to that. I don't know what I'm gonna do for it. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, but like next week I will definitely stream both Friday and Saturday as per usual. So yeah, it will be Zero Escape on Friday. Saturday, I'm still undecided. I'm not sure what I want to do on Saturday yet. Not this Saturday, but like next Saturday. I'll decide though. I got a lot of time. I got a lot of time. I'll decide. I'm not sure if I want to do like a stream like in the middle of like next week either, so like just keep a close eye out. I might like do like there is a non-zero chance that there may be some sort of guerrilla stream in the middle of next week. No guarantees, no promises, but like maybe not, maybe I'll see how I'm feeling. And I'm gonna do like more like going places, more like driving places too, like next week also as well. So it's just like, it just depends on like how much energy I have. But yeah, I'm doing so much driving after coming home. My gosh. I'm driving so many places now. Oh gosh. I'm driving more than I was driving like back at school, because like I could like walk to school, so I didn't have to drive my school. I only had to like drive for like groceries like once a week, but then now like I mean just this week I was driving almost every day. Good gravy. But yeah, I will see you guys whenever I see you guys next. It's probably gonna be probably be next weekend, but look, keep an eye out. It might be a little bit sooner than that. We'll see. We will see. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say that's it for tonight. Thank you. Thank you to everybody that came by today. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for keeping me company and listening to make my noises. To those of you watching from the future, watching the VOD, thank you as well for coming by and sticking around to the end of the stream. And then for everybody who was here earlier, thank you as well for coming back to finish things up. So I hope you have a good night tonight. You have a good day tomorrow or today. The sun is up for you already, and I will see you all whenever I see you all next. Yes. I will see you. Good night. Goodbye. Have a good sleep. Good night. Have a good day if it's not like sleep time for you as well. Rest of your evening, perhaps, if there's not an entire day ahead of you. Rest of your afternoon. You guys are all over. Anyway, yes. Have a good one. Goodbye.